early. I mean, I don't, Give it to Oakley, that's. We're screaming already, so we can back in that. So, cat. Sunday, that's what it,
How is she?
and apparently, well, okay, so, but she's good, but apparently
Good morning, Miss Frederick. How are you?
Morning, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. What defendant are you here for?
I believe I have four cases and one, two, three defendants. Actually, four defendants, five cases.
And what are their names?
Okay, the first one is going to be Jalen Gaddis, Gaedis.
What's your P number, please?
53372.
53372.
Yes,
Okay, got it. All right, the next one.
that's going to be Kenyatta Davis.
Sorry, what's the last name?
Davis.
Oh, Kenyatta?
Yes.
Okay. All right, got that.
Joseph Topash.
Okay.
And then Donald Brock.
Got it. Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Josh.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Good morning. This is Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. This is courtroom number 1. I am Judge Martin. Today's docket involves only criminal matters. If you do not have a criminal case, you are likely in the wrong place. Please send a chat to Mary Ann. She'll help you get where you are supposed to be. If you are an attorney and you need to speak to the prosecutor, please activate the chat. Let the prosecutor know and he can help you get moved into his waiting area. Other than that, Mary Ann.
Yes, ma'am. There is nothing ready right now.
Aww.
I'm sorry.
But Ms. Frederick is here. I saw Mr. Hadley, Mr. Martell is here. When your clients get here, or Mr. Martell and Ms. Frederick, if you need to speak to Mr. Bookva, now's a good time.
Your Honor, if I may briefly. Your Honor?
Martel, I'll move you
Mr.
into,
Martell,
I'll move you
Yeah.
into,
did you hear me say if you need to speak to him, send him a chat and you guys can move that way?
Your Honor, my client is an inpatient. We're just setting an exam date. If Your Honor would allow me to waive his presence, so we can move forward.
This is 230212 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Nathaniel Bradford. May I have your appearances, please?
good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please this most honorable court, Edward Martell, P85051 on behalf of Nathaniel Bradford, was in inpatient recovery. I would ask that his presence be waived, please and thank you.
Any objection, Mr. Bookva?
And no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Martell, I heard you indicate before that you'd be asking for a preliminary exam date. The last time that he was here, Ms. Taylor represented him. This was on May the 3rd, and the matter was referred to sobriety court for screening. Are you still looking for a sobriety court screening, or oh, he failed to appear for intake? Okay. So is that off the table
Well,
now as
there were-
far as you're concerned, sir?
There was that, Judge, but also there was the people were objecting to a reduction.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they denied our deviation request, so it's gonna have to go downtown if it makes it that far.
That being the case, Mr. Martell, we will set the in-person exam date.
Judge, we have July 26th at 1 o'clock.
Live exam on July 26, 2023 at 1 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. Mr. Martell, if your client is still inpatient somewhere and this date proves problematic, please reach out to Mary Ann sooner rather than later so we can release that date and get it rescheduled, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Always a pleasure.
Anything else, Mr. Bookva, in this matter?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Martell?
None on behalf of the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Have a good day, sir. Bye-bye.
You as well.
Attorney Frederick, how may I help you this morning?
So, Your Honor, I haven't had the pleasure of working with the court previously, so I just want to ask if you have a list of those individuals who have bonded out. I have not been able to contact a couple of my clients today, and I'd like to know if you have a record of whether or not they bonded in jail. And if so,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't keep that. Mary Ann might have that information. I thought it was on the docket when Mary Ann, do you have that information in a form that's readily transmissible to
Judge,
Ms. Frederick?
I'm sorry, I was on the phone with Heather and I didn't hear what was being said.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's looking for a list of defendants who have bonded out. I don't have that. I don't
Oh, I
keep that
don't-
on my docket sheet. Do you have that in the form that's readily available for her?
I do not, but I can send her, I'll send her a chat and tell her who has bonded out.
I do
Thank
see one
you.
of my clients, Your Honor, so that's good. Thank you.
Do you need to speak to them or the prosecutor?
I'd like to speak with Mary Ann first, if that would be okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Glenn.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
Good, good.
Ugh. Let me see. And you're here just for, I just saw it, Huggins?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. McGrady,
I'm here on,
Mr. Hall. Do you need to speak to him or the prosecutor?
I don't, no, I don't need to.
Okay, this is 220837 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Clarence Hall. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate McGrady, P 83667 on behalf of Mr. Clarence Hall, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Hall, will you please state your name?
Excuse me, Clarence Hall.
Thank you. This courtroom received from Shannon Nagy from the court's sobriety court a request to adjourn this matter.
Yes, so Your Honor, Mr. Hall was screened. My understanding is that he's not eligible for your court's sobriety court. So it was suggested by Ms. Rapp that he be screened by the Ann Arbor or Washtenaw district courts. He was screened by the, we connected with them. Mr. Hall did do the interview. He went in person for the Ann Arbor sobriety court. The sobriety court has asked that he kind of observe a session of their court. It's part of their intake process is that they have a potential participant observe court. That session that he would be observing is this coming, next available Friday, the 23rd. So this coming Friday. So we're just asking if we can set it over for maybe a week, and that will give Mr. Hall enough time to complete the intake process there.
I'm sorry, you said set preferably and then you dropped out.
Oh, sorry, set this probable cause conference over for 1 week. We'll give Mr. Hall time to do the observation and read the handbook and consider his decision. Mr. Hall, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. McGrady, we will adjourn this matter to June the 28th.
Hi, at 8:45.
Perfect.
At 8:45 a.m. That's live in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bookva?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else to Mr. McGrady?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, your hearing is next week, June the 28th at 8:45 a.m. in courtroom number 2, live in person here at 34th District Court with Judge Oakley. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning to the gentleman that just joined us from Wayne County Jail. Your name, please?
Joseph Topaz Jr.
I'm sorry, did you say Topesh?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken to Ms. Frederick, your attorney, before?
At arraignment. I believe so.
No, that was not, that's okay. That was not your attorney, but she's here. We'll get you connected with her, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So now he's in the courtroom if he's still
He's
there.
here.
But he's not, he can't do his audio, nothing. He's in another court. And he said, you've seen me, I signed on. So
You don't know what to do?
I tried chatting his attorney and asked her if she. can
Who's the
contact him.
attorney?
Miss Fredericks,
Okay,
and she's not responding.
She just went in the breakout. When she comes out from Mr. Topash, I'll have a chat with her.
But I don't know if she's contacting me.
You know, if you chat me, unless you just like walking over here, which I'm always happy to see you.
Because I didn't know how much I needed to chat you.
No,
But
I-
he was in my breakout room and he's in another court. and
It's
so he
fine.
see me.
No, but you're not here if you're not available to the court.
Your audio doesn't work, you're not in court. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mary Ann. I received that information.
Judge.
Mr. Kearney, I just spoke your name yesterday afternoon, and here you are. So
How are
what do
you?
we owe the pleasure, sir? I'm wonderful.
I have Miss Lawrence up this morning for conference.
Thank you. Do you need to speak with her?
Yes,
Let's get you into a breakout room with her. Give me a moment.
thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Hadley, were you ready with something?
No, Your Honor, I'm just here. Just in my DC House Counsel for day. I don't think I personally have anything until about 10 o'clock.
Grace? Yes. Come all the way up over here, please. All the way up. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. I need to do that up until they put the high school graduation sign up. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
No, I did. I saw the last name and I was like, I know that last name, but yeah.
My teacher told me, she was like, when I was like talking with somebody, she was like, yeah, she recognized the last name, and I was like, okay.
Yeah. Well, welcome, we're very glad to have you. You're working under Carol's most excellent tutelage. What do they have you doing? What will you be doing? You know?
Filing.
Okay.
We're gonna start with that.
Jalen, if you can hear me, you need to join the breakout room, please.
So there are quite a few that still do Zoom. Judge Oakley does not do Zoom.
Do you want me to go live? I'll start going live.
Nope,
Sure.
nope, absolutely not.
I'm just waiting for parties. Oh,
I think we're gonna at some point have you guys dabble in helping with moving people around.
dabble.
And then Zoom part.
It's a wonderful skill to have.
Well, the filing was overwhelming and Connor got it all done in one, so. Now
If you need stuff to do, I'm sure we can find stuff.
and that's what I said, they're all more computer savvy than I am, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I suggested, get into that part of it.
Mr. Gaddis. Take care. Watch out. Why are you breaking my nice stuff? Oh, wait, did you go in the back and already meet Mary Ann? Okay. Mr. Gaddis?
Yes.
Sir, court staff is trying to get you to move. I need you to go where they're asking you to go, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Jalen got it.
Well, Mr. Hadley, at least it's better than the last time you were here.
I'm not mad about the little bit lighter docket today at all, Your Honor. And thank you, by the way, to you and Mary Ann as well. I just got my notice on that jury trial we moved. Greatly appreciated.
No worries.
Sometimes we, MIDC and Neighborhood Defender Service have to kind of learn how to dance with each other when we've got, these parallel connected cases.
Well, we got notice at enough time to waive off our jury clerk, which saves a lot of time and postage, so.
It is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
These are, I'm sorry, Ms. Frederick, did you need to speak to Mr. Booker before I call these cases?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, did you need to speak to the prosecutor? Oh, no, is this a special or is this with you, sir?
I believe I think it's the general track, Your Honor, so it would be handled by.
Okay. My question was, did you need to speak to the prosecutor before these cases are called?
I could speak with him briefly if that's okay with the court. Yes.
Absolutely. Let's get you moved.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Mary Ann, I'm stepping off, but for just 2 seconds. Don't let Ms. Frederick go anywhere. I'm ready with Mr. Topesh in just 1 second.
Okay.
Judge Martin.
Mr. Kearney?
Hi. So sorry to bug you. I'm in the middle of a homicide trial right now. I'm about to walk back to court. Is there any way we could do my PCC?
No.
Okay.
There's absolutely a way, sir. No, I'm giving you a hard time. There's absolutely a way we'll do it when your client comes out and the prosecutor's here. I'll call Ms. Lawrence so we can get you on your way.
And we're set
Mr.
for
Bukla,
next week already?
In terms of an exam?
Yeah.
Oh, no, next week is Judge Oakley. This isn't with Mr. Bukla, this would be a special, right?
It does appear to be a PCC.
I have not seen the special prosecutor.
But regardless of the fact that it's with Judge Oakley, there's already a prelim on the book, correct?
There's already what?
A prelim on the books, correct?
No, sir.
Oh, no. Okay.
I heard what you said. When Mr. Bookva comes back out, I'm trying to see where he's in with an attorney who's with an in custody. I hear what you're saying. I would like to get the exam scheduled as well, but we have not seen, I'm showing Garrett Garcia as the prosecutor.
Would the court be willing to recall this matter at noon or 12:30?
I don't know if Wayne County will put her on at that time. I absolutely, because yes, Mr. Kearney, go do your exam. I'll waive your client's appearance if you're looking to schedule.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Ms.
All right.
Lawrence, were you able to hear everything we just talked about?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is 2304005FY. This is State of Michigan versus Samira Lawrence. Your attorney, Mr. Kearney, is in a courthouse about to, or in the middle of an exam.
Trial.
And the prosecutor assigned to your case is not here. I can't make the jail bring you back on at noon, and he needs to go do his case. So he'll come on with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, did you want to reschedule it sometime this morning? We can make it happen.
I don't know when Mr. Kearney will be able to take a break, and I don't know where the prosecutor is for this case. But Pravanchi, if Mary Ann has a way to get a hold of you, if we need her back, I'll have Mary Ann reach out to you. Otherwise, I won't make you try to fit into Mr. Kearney's schedule, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Let us know what you need. We'll make it happen.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll see you a little bit later on, Miss Lawrence. And if for some reason we don't, I'm going to talk to them about the phone and the release and get that date. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Kearney, if you can give Mary Ann a way to get in touch with you.
Yeah. My phone number is 313-410-4057. I think we'll probably take a break between 12:30 and 1 today.
When the prosecutor comes on, we'll let you know, and we'll let them know to come back at 12:30, okay?
All right. Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Mary Ann have a list of which one's been waived and all that.
Nothing's been waived.
I think you said some have been waived.
No. The threat was that they would, but a threat is not a promise. As soon as I know, I'll let you know.
Nothing's adjourned.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Not that I know of. Sorry.
Our 230 prisoners.
I know, which I need to talk to you about. This is 2304008FY. This is State of Michigan. We don't have a prosecutor, Mr. Glenn. Oh, here he is. This is State of Michigan versus Huggins. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
William Glenn, P36794 on behalf of Mr. Huggins. Mr. Huggins, I
Sir,
believe
state your name for me, please. I'm sorry.
You on?
I think I'm waiting. 666. Davion Lamar Huggins.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Glenn, how are we proceeding?
We're asking for an exam, Your Honor.
That live exam date will be
July 26th at 1:30.
Okay.
Mr. Glenn, is discovery complete in this matter?
I have paper and digital. I don't know if it's all. I would have, you would have to ask the prosecutor, but I do have paper and digital that they sent me.
Yes, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
The people sent everything in our possession also.
The live exam in this matter will be set for July the 26th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. live here in courtroom number 1. This courtroom starts on time, 1:30. Anything else in this matter on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn, for letting me know your client was with you. You have a wonderful day. Good to see you.
Same to you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you ready with Mr. Topish?
Yes, Your Honor. However, I was wondering if I could speak with Mr. Gaddis and then we can get both matters done at the same time? Or do you prefer to do Mr. Topash first?
I prefer to get it done so we can get the next in custody up and ready.
Yes.
These are 230-412, 230-413, and 240-414. These are State of Michigan versus Joseph Leonard Topish. May I have your appearances, please? Topish.
Topash Jr.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Frederick appearing on behalf of Mr. Topash, P5372.
I'm sorry, sir, state your name for me, please.
Joseph Topaz Jr.
Topash, thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCCs in this matter. Ms. Frederick, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after having a conference, and we appreciate that, with Mr. Topash, he's indicated to me that he would like to waive right to preliminary examination.
In all three of these matters?
Yes, Your Honor. He's indicated he'd like to waive in all.
Mr. Topash, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You have the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in these cases where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, after having this conversation with Ms. Frederick, you wish to waive your right to have these exams.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get to waive your right to have preliminary exams in these matters?
No, ma'am.
Any objection from the prosecution?
No objection, Your Honor.
On this finding that Mr. Topash has voluntarily and freely waived his right to have the exams in this matter, Ms. Frederick, because you are appearing virtually, there is not a signed waiver in any of these files. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
And on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bookva, same question. There's not a signed waiver. Do you authorize the court to sign that you have no objection as the prosecutor in this matter to the waiver of the exams?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The court will sign the waivers in all three of these cases. Mr. Topash, you will be bound over as previously charged in all three matters. Your next appearance date will be arraignments on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, which will occur next Wednesday, June the 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bonds in all three matters will be continued. Is there anything else on behalf of the people in these three matters?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Your Honors, you muffled out my computer cut out with the next date.
June the 28th at 9 a.m. at Frank Murphy for an arraignment on the information.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. So you can let the jail know that you're free to go. Ms. Frederick, you wanted to speak to Mr. Bookva about your next case?
We spoke about all of them.
Okay.
Mr. Gaddis wanted to talk to me on the phone, and I'd rather be in a breakout room if that can be arranged.
Okay, we'll get you in with Mr. Gaddis. Thank you.
Josh, you have some money in your breakout room.
Thanks, Heather.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's gonna happen. I know, but I wanted you to know so that we could prepare.
Okay.
Mr. Silverstein, is your client with you?
I know, Your Honor. I'm going to be appearing without him today. I have full authority on his behalf.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor?
I have not, Your Honor.
Let's get you queued up. He has the files for that pre-hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Good morning, Ms. Kirkland.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on Raneem Dababna, standing in for attorney of record Mike Norman.
You just, I didn't hear any of what you said.
Sorry.
No, you said you were standing in for the attorney.
Of record Mike Norman.
Oh, for
Dababna.
Dababna?
Yeah.
Dababna. Thank you. Have you spoken to her?
Yes.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor?
I believe we're just asking for an adjournment. I think, Your Honor, I think the agreement with the prosecutor at the last hearing was that we'd get the offer we wanted if she got her license. She's not eligible until the 26th, so we were just gonna ask to push this.
Ma'am, I haven't called the case, and you'll have to repeat everything you're saying, so if you would just wait one moment for me, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, forgive me, Mr. Gaddis somehow didn't join the breakout room.
Because he's here. He's
I know.
not following directions from court
Oh,
staff, so we'll try
yeah,
to
no, I
get you
see
into
him.
a breakout room with your client.
Yeah.
Mr. Gaddis, please join the breakout room to speak to Ms. Frederick.
Mary Ann, can you please send us one more time? Thank you.
Bro, excuse me, y'all have me at 2 court dates right now, bro. I'm on Zoom and I'm at a court right now. So I'm trying my best. That's what I'm trying to do, but
Mr. Gaddis, you need to join the breakout room, please.
Ms. Papalas?
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Good morning,
Judge
ma'am.
Martin. Good morning.
I'm wonderful. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Mr. Bookva, I asked, was this a special? And he said, no, this, Ms. Frederick just came on and waived all 3 of these cases.
That's perfect. Thank you. No, I had signed this, so I usually keep the cases that I sign in the business protection unit, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We gave them the AOI date of June the 28th at 9 a.m.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Ann, has he gone in to speak with Ms. Frederick?
No, Judge, I've sent him a chat and I just told him to go in there.
No, let's get her back. Is she with somebody? No, let's get her back out here. Ms. Frederick?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your client is Mr. Gaddis in case. Bless you. In 230398 and 230399, these are State of Michigan versus Jalen Tyrone Gaddis. Ma'am, he has already been extremely rude to court staff this morning. He refuses to follow directions to go into the breakout room. He's indicated to this court on the record that he is, hold on. He's indicated to this court on the record that he is in another court, which is limiting his ability to participate. Rather than continue to have him be unable to participate, this court's inclined to adjourn this matter for 1 week. And when Mr. Gaddis does not have 2 cases scheduled at the same time, he might be able to better participate, and that will give you a little bit more time to talk to him.
Your Honor, give me a second to check my calendar because 1 week would be the 28th, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
2 days in the first place, bro. Think send you for the thing.
Sir, you, we can hear you. Maybe you can mute yourself.
No. Ms. Frederick, he's free to speak. I just don't want to have him feel as if he's not being heard, that he has another court date. I wouldn't ask somebody to split their attention that way. He can participate where he is live, and he can come back in a week or 2 weeks, if that's better for your calendar, and we'll put him on with the Chief Judge, Brian Oakley.
Well, Your Honor, what he was saying was not necessary for this proceeding, and that's why I was just asking him to simmer down. Yes, 2 weeks, please.
2 weeks puts us on July the 5th. At what time, Mary Ann?
8:45.
Judge Oakley.
8:45 a.m. on July the 5th with Judge Oakley, which is live here in courtroom number 2 at the 34th District Court. Anything else from Mr. Gaddis, Ms. Frederick?
Nothing at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gaddis, you're free to go participate in your other proceeding. You'll be live here in 2 weeks with the Chief Judge, Brian Oakley. Have a good day, sir. Mary Ann, I missed that time.
8:45.
Thank you. I said it and then I couldn't remember it that fast. Mr. Powers, have you spoken to Mr. Book for the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We have reached agreement on the various tickets. Shall I put those on the record?
Hold on one second, sir. These are 23L023046 A and B, 23L023043 23L022909 A, B, and C, 23L03231550 OI, 23L023161 L023162 A and B, 23L023163 A and B, 23L023154 OI, 23L023157 OI. These are all State of Michigan versus Waste Management of Michigan. May I have your appearance, please, sir?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Sean Powers on behalf of Defendant Waste Management.
Mr. Powers, these matters were all scheduled for pre-hearing this morning. You've indicated on the record that you've spoken to the prosecutor and you have a resolution. What is the
Yes, Your Honor.
resolution of these matters?
Yes, on 3043, Your Honor, we've agreed to a fine of $3,900. And I would request 30 days to pay on these. Each of them.
$3,900?
Correct.
Okay,
And on 3154, we've agreed on a figure of $4,000.
okay,
And on 3155, we have a figure of $2,400.
okay,
On 3161, we have a figure of $3,800.
okay,
On 3162, we have a figure of $3,800 with dismissal of counts B and C.
wait. 162?
3162, yes. A, B, and C.
I just have it as an A and B file.
Oh, perhaps one of them was a warning and I can't read it on my ticket, but
I think it is. I think, yeah.
okay, I apologize for that. Yeah, so dismissal of A, dismissal of B, and then 3,800 on the A.
Okay,
On 3163, we have 4,400 with dismissal of the B.
okay,
On 3046, we have $1,000 with dismissal of B.
okay,
And then on 9909. We have an agreement for $2,000 with dismissal of the BNC violations.
Okay,
And that I think is all of them.
that is not all. 157.
157. I apologize, Your Honor, I do not have 157.
157 is another overweight. 23L023157 OI.
157. I'm scheduled to be live in your court on June 28th. Is that a date that you're there? Maybe I could handle it then, or?
No, sir.
Okay, well, could you?
That
put
would
me
be
then-
Judge Oakley.
Okay. Well, perhaps could you put me back into the breakout rooms? I'll have to figure out what that one is. I don't have it with me.
Okay, sir, I'll indicate that the court will take your pleas of responsible on behalf of your client with the dollar amounts provided with the dismissals for the equipment violations. Take the pleas of responsible to the overweights, and if you want to go back in when Mr. Buffa has time and discuss the case that ends in 3157 with him, we'll take it back up later, okay?
Okay, then 30 days on each of these, Your Honor?
Why 30 days, sir? Defendants only get 5 days to pay.
Okay. How much time could I possibly have, Your Honor?
To your client who's known about these matters for 2 and 3 months, how much time do you need, sir?
Could I have 2 weeks?
Absolutely, 14 days to pay.
14 days. Thank you, Your Honor. And
Thank
then,
you, sir.
Could you send me to the breakout room? Or?
Mary Ann will get you back in the breakout room with Mr. Bookwell when he's available.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
I just sent you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Batar. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, Judge.
Is Mr. Hunter?
Mr. Hunter was on, but I tried to get him in a breakout room. I really don't need him in the breakout room.
Okay.
I've talked to the prosecutor. If we can find him out here, I'll move him back into the main session. I don't.
I'm looking for him. I don't see him.
He was on. I know he's at work. He was in his work vest, but yeah, I don't see him now either. Oh wait, there he is.
Oh, I did see him before. Okay.
Let me move him back into the main session. It took him a
Thank
while to
you.
find that breakout room.
No worries.
Mr. Powers, I sent you a invitation to join the breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
This is 22 HR 06942A. This is State of Michigan versus Martez Hunter. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Hunter, Your Honor. I think the prosecutor might be in the breakout room.
I know, but Mr. Hunter being at work, state your name for me, please, sir.
Martez Hunter.
Thank you. Mr. Batar, I understand Mr. Bookfa's in and out, but because your client's at work, I don't try to keep people any longer than we have to. What are we doing this morning?
Judge, this was up for a pretrial last week. I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago on June 7th. I asked the prosecutor for discovery at that time of the matter. I had a chance to speak with the prosecutor earlier in his breakout room. He indicates he does not have a file on the case, does not have any discovery on the case. At this point, we're moving to dismiss the matter.
That being the case, Mr. Hunter, I will have you wait for the prosecutor. I want him to be able to respond on the record about not having a file. If you could sit tight, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is 230402 SM. We're still waiting for Mr. Bookfa. Mr. McDermott, I see you. How are you this morning, sir?
Morning, Judge. Good.
Have you already spoken to the prosecutor about the pre-hearing in the National Fuel matter?
I have not.
Let's get you moved into Mr. Bookfa's waiting area.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Martin. Did you need to speak to your client this morning?
Good morning, Judge Martin. No, I don't need to speak with my clients, but I would like to speak with Mr. Bookva. I'm on two PCTs this morning.
Then we'll get you into his breakout room. Ms. Gary, and same question. Have you spoken to the prosecutor about steel transport?
I have not, Judge. Good morning. I have not.
Good morning, ma'am. I saw you there. My apologies for not getting to you sooner. We'll get you moved into his breakout room to discuss the pre-hearing with him.
Thank you, Judge.
Aw, I feel so special. Thank you. It had not made it to the file. Judge Green told me about it, so thank you. No, thank you. Oh, Mr. Bookva, this is a recall of 22 HR 06942A. The court notes your appearance for the record. Mr. Batar and his client have also put their appearances on the record. Mr. Batar has indicated that the prosecution doss not have a file or discovery in this matter.
That's true, Judge. I looked in our electronic file. I was unable to find anything, and I even checked the pre-hearings that I was handed this morning, and it's not in there, so I wasn't sure if it was maybe written as a ticket. So I have nothing to turn over to Mr. Batar in this case, Your Honor.
Your motion, sir?
I'm moving to dismiss, Your Honor.
Your response to the motion?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court will grant the defense motion to dismiss this matter. Mr. Hunter, this case is dismissed without prejudice. And a reminder, sir, that you owe the court not $613 and some other matters. You have a payment plan in place already. Anything else in this case, Mr. Bookva?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter, you have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Bookva, and the Gaddis matters,
Yes, Judge.
we adjourn those cases over to July the 5th, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. with Judge Oakley. Mr. Gaddis was in another courthouse in person, and we did not want him to have to make the difficult decision about which courtroom to pay attention to. So he can take those matters up in person with Judge Oakley in 2 weeks.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Choate, did you need to speak to Mr. Grissom, or were you ready to proceed?
We are ready, Your Honor.
This is 230382FY. This, I'm sorry, there's an earlier case. Give me one moment. This is 230402SM, State of Michigan versus Robin Reese. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Robin Reese, who's appearing via Zoom. Ms. Reese, please state your name for the court.
Robin Reese.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Good morning, Your Honor. What we'd be asking for is the matter to be set out for a final pretrial for the complainant to appear. It does look like there's some discovery that the people did just get sent over to us. I think maybe 3 weeks would be sufficient, whatever the court has available.
3 weeks puts us on 1-2-3, July the 12th.
At 9:45.
At 9:45, that will be in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
I'm sorry, Judge, you said July 12th?
Yes, ma'am. At 9:45
Okay,
a.m., that will be on Zoom. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge, this one snuck up on me. It looks like this is a misdemeanor, so I think this would have to go to the Tuesday misdemeanor DV docket.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
July 11th at 10:15.
I will actually be in Saginaw doing a prelim that morning. Would you be able to do the following Tuesday?
Give me one
The
second.
next Tuesday would be the 25th.
That works great for defense. People have no issue with that.
Yes, that works for the people. Thank you.
We just need a time, Ms. Judge Oakley. Give us a second.
9:15.
9:15 on July the 25th. That's in number 2 with Judge Oakley, which means it's an in-person. Anything
Understood.
else on
Thank you.
behalf of the people?
I'm sorry, Judge, was that 9:15 or 10:15?
9:15.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing
Thank you.
further
Anything else on
from
behalf of the
people.
defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you for accommodating the schedules. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Rice, you're free to go. Have a good day, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
This is 230382 FY, State of Michigan versus Andre Grissom. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Corcoran on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Grissom, who is currently present via Zoom. Mr. Grissom, if you could say your phones for the record.
Andre Grissom.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding, Ms. Choate?
Your Honor, we have received all paper and digital discovery, and we request that a preliminary exam date be set.
That live exam date will be
July 26th at 2:00.
July
July
26th, Your Honor.
26th. Yes, ma'am. July 26th at 2 p.m. in courtroom number 1 in person at the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing for this case, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Grissom, you're free to go. July 26th at 2 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
And then, Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
if I could also briefly address another case that is set for a preliminary exam in front of you this afternoon.
Have you talked to the prosecutor about that, ma'am?
I have, Your Honor.
You have not?
I have, Your Honor.
What's the case, ma'am?
It is for Miss Danielle Ashley.
I'm not sure who's talking. Thank you. Nope. Thank you, Mary Ann. This is 230368 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Danielle Ashley. Ms. Choate.
Your Honor, I have spoken with the prosecutor and believe that there may be some room for mitigation in this case and hopefully a potential offer. We're requesting that the preliminary exam date be reset and adjourned in order to have time to reach out to the prosecutor and provide a letter of mitigation on behalf of Ms. Ashley.
Bufa.
Yes, Judge, the people would have no objection. This is one of those cases that would have to go through Mr. Bresnahan for any possible reductions. So the people have no objection for an adjournment in this case.
Ms. Choate, were you expecting your client to join us this morning? Have you conveyed this to her?
I have spoken with her, Your Honor, and she had enough work to be there this afternoon. However, when I had spoken about the potential for mitigation, she is aware of the adjournment, or requested adjournment.
The adjourned exam date will be
July 26th at 2:30.
July 26th at 2:30 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. This afternoon's exam is hereby adjourned. Anything else on behalf of the people?
The people, thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You too. And thank you, Ms. Buka.
Yeah, of course.
This is 230304 SM, State of Michigan versus David Glow. I'm sorry, before you respond, Mr. Bitar, Ms. Frederick, how may I help you?
I didn't think you were gonna call it that fast. I just wanted to let you know I'm ready on the final two of my cases as well.
I did not see the names of Brock or Davis on the screen. Hold on one second.
Thank you. You turned around a little quickly. My hand thing went.
No, I saw your hand, but I did not see clients with that last name. That's all.
Thank you, Judge.
So back to my original question, are your clients here?
They are not, Your Honor, but I'd like to
Rocky.
hear your presence.
Okay, when the prosecutor comes out, we will, Mr. Bitar's Glow, and then your Brock and Davis.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mr. Lozinski?
Judge, I went in the breakout room and I informed him of the adjourned date and time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
But he's still here for some reason. Mr. Powers, did you figure out 157?
Yes, Your Honor. That one, we have agreed to compromise at $2,700.
$2,700, and that concludes the waste management docket for the morning. Anything else, sir?
Yeah, just 14 days again on that one.
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. You have a great day.
Have a good day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Mr. Somberg, you're standing in for Mr. Nunley?
No. We're on Andy Ford. Was there a public defender already on it?
I'm sorry?
My client is Andy Ford.
I'm looking at, oh, do you have your ticket number or your file number there?
Pull it up.
The case number ends in 6730.
Andrew Ford. 1 second.
Mr. Somberg, we have, this court has Mr. Nunley listed as the attorney of record for Andrew Ford. But if you're
Okay.
saying no, that's not accurate. That's
Well,
why I
we-
asked you,
we-
were you standing in for Mr.
Yeah, no, we filed our appearance on the 16th, I guess. We didn't see that there was a public defender for a substitution, but we are the attorney of record. If we could just do it on the, if we could just do the substitution on the record.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
No, not yet.
Let's get you into a breakout room with him.
Okay, thank you.
I hate to interrupt Mr. Bookva, but I want to get Mr. Batar and Ms. Frederick on with their day. He's talking to Mr. Hadley.
Judge, on Mr. Glow, we're waiting for a complainant to appear, so if you want to hold on that a little bit longer, that's fine with me.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh, no, Mr. Bookva's waiting room is stacked up with people. Good grief. Good morning, Mr. Ramsayer. Did you need to speak to your client this morning?
I do not, Your Honor.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor, sir?
I don't know if the prosecutor received, Mr. Bresnahan wanted me to get more time so that he can consider the deviation request I submitted. And I don't know if the prosecutor had that email.
He is not in this main session. He's in the breakout room. Sir, if you're gonna smoke, you need to turn your camera off. This is court.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, sir, I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation with Mr. Hadley, but I want to get Ms. Frederick on her way and there were a couple of others that were ready to go. This is 230409 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Troy Donald Brock. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Lisa Frederick appearing on behalf of Mr. Troy Donald Brock.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Frederick, is it that your client's not joining us this morning?
It is, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Bookwa?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I would like to waive my client's presence as indicated by the court's inquiry. And not really sure because we haven't had a chance to speak with him. I'm wondering if we could adjourn the PCC.
How long of an adjournment, ma'am?
I'm due back. Well, will we be before you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So
I'm off
due-
of criminal until July 26th.
Okay, well then I'm due before Judge Oakley on July 5th. If we could set that for the same day, that would be good.
Just waiting for the time for Mary Ann.
It's 10 o'clock.
I'm sorry?
10 o'clock.
Thank you.
10 a.m. with Judge Oakley and number 2 on July 5th. Anything else in this case, Mr. Bookva?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else in this case, Ms. Frederick?
Nothing, and I appreciate you, Judge.
Thank you. This is 230407 FT, State of Michigan versus Kenyatta Davis. And note your appearances for the record. Again, Ms. Frederick, you're asking for your client's appearance to be waived.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
How are we proceeding in this matter, ma'am?
I'd like to request the same adjournment as I have with Mr. Brock, and that would be to set the matter over for July 5th, please.
10:15, Judge.
July 5th at 10:15, live in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else in this matter on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Good meeting you too.
Thank you. I think is that it for you, Ms. Frederick?
That is. Thank you again.
You have a wonderful day, ma'am. Good to see you.
You too. Nice meeting you, Mr. Booker.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Bye.
Schmidt. 230211 FD, State of Michigan versus Dale Schmidt. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 8626.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Ryan Ramsayer, P 73195 on behalf of Mr. Dale Schmidt. We are appearing via Zoom, waiving any right to be present in the courtroom. Mr. Schmidt, could you unmute and identify yourself?
Dale Schmidt.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Ramsayer, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Bresnahan has a deviation request in his possession, but wanted more time to review that. So I was wondering if we could either have a 1 or 3 week adjournment.
Your preference, 1 or 3?
Would 3 weeks be via Zoom, Your Honor? July 12th?
Yes, sir.
Then I could do that.
10 o'clock.
3 weeks put 10 o'clock. Thank you, ma'am. July 12th at 10 a.m. And number 3, my Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Nothing else other than thank you very much, Your Honor, and nice seeing you.
You're so welcome. Mr. Schmidt, your adjournment date is July the 12th at 10 a.m. with Judge Green on Zoom. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you can sign off, Mr. Schmidt. Have a wonderful day.
This is 23RP01657 AST, State of Michigan versus DeBabna.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kashava Kirkland, standing in for attorney of record Mike Norman, P 84015, on behalf of Mr. Babna.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Reneem DeBabna.
Thank you. This case is scheduled this morning for a show cause arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking for a brief adjournment per an agreement between Mr. Norman and the APA in this case. APA wanted Ms. DeBabna to have her license back before a certain offer was made. She's not eligible to have her license until the 26th of this month, so I'm asking for an adjournment after that date so she can obtain her license.
Adjournment of everything? You don't want to do the arraignment? You want to?
We can do the arraignment, Your Honor.
It's up to you. She failed to appear previously, and I hate to leave it in show cause status for Judge Oakley.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to do the arraignment.
For purposes of arraignment?
Please stand mute and wait for formal reading.
Thank you. Ma'am, your bond will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. You indicated that she won't be able to have her license back until the 26th?
Yes.
So let's go a little bit further. Let's go to that July 5th date.
Okay.
10:30, Judge. At 10:30. That's in number 2. That's live with Judge Oakley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing from defense.
Ma'am, before you leave, please be advised that you owe the court $270 on another unrelated matter. You can go online and pay it. You can submit a request for a payment plan from the court's website. You can call the court, or you can come in person and speak to the court's collection staff, but please address this sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 230304 SM. This is State of Michigan versus David Glow Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Glow, Your Honor.
Mr. Glow, state your name for me, please, sir.
David Glow Jr.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the complainant was supposed to appear for today's hearing. It's my understanding the complainant has not appeared. We're moving to dismiss this matter.
That is correct, Judge. I just looked at the breakout room to make sure that, Ms. Martinez was not in the Zoom, and I don't see her anywhere. She has failed to appear. She's not in person with me, Your Honor.
Thank you. This matter having been scheduled at 9:30 a.m., it now being 9:45 a.m. by this court's clock, complaining. Yes, Mary Ann, have them come in the courtroom. Complainant having failed to appear, this matter will be dismissed. The dismissal is without prejudice. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one small matter. Mr. Glow, you owe the court $485 on some other unrelated matters. If you have not already done so, please contact the court's collection department to make payment arrangement, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Judge, before you move on to the next matter, can I just let you know that I also have Darius Nunley, but I have to leave and get downtown for an exam. Mr. Hadley is going to stand in on it, and we're also waiting for the complainant to appear on that case.
Thank you.
Everyone have a good day.
Mr. Levitt, have you spoken to Mr. Bookva regarding your pre-hearings?
I have not, Your Honor.
Is there, Mr. Hadley, do you have something ready right now?
Yes, Your Honor, we're set to go on Mystic Mandelka. It is a 9:45.
I'll call it because you're here, and then Mr. Bookva has a ton of people waiting to speak to him. This is 230291 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Mystic Mandelka. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Mystic Mandelka. Ms. Mandelka, please state your name for the court.
Mystic Mandelka.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll let the record note that the people have put forth the plea offer. At this time, we are going to be asking for discovery and would like to have the matter set out for a final pretrial for the complainant to appear.
How far out, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I think, I guess this doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be on that Tuesday date. Anything into the middle to end of July. I'm just not available on that 11th date, July 11th.
That, I thought, Marianne, is July 25th another Tuesday date?
Is this?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, is this a?
Should this be, Mr. Hadley, should this be a Tuesday, you said?
It does not appear, no,
Oh.
Your Honor. I think I got those crossed up. So any day works actually on this one. Doesn't matter when we land it.
July 19th at 9 o'clock.
July 19th at 9 a.m. That's on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mandelka. You're free to go. Mr. Bukva, if you could go chat with those people in your breakout room, please, and thank you.
Of course, Judge, I even have some people in person here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Martins first, please. His clients are the earliest ones waiting, I think. Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you? Do you swear affirm the contents of the affidavit are true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Why are you backing away?
Oh,
Somebody walked by. I just wanted to see who it was. What's going on this morning?
a search warrant for illegal gambling at a gas station.
Gambling? That never happens.
And we sent them cease and desist letters and they just don't want to stop.
I know where this is, and I've had questions for years. Okay. Marianne, you gotta call Al. I'm gonna put a Lasco fan in here, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I thought I was just having private summons.
No, it's been an ongoing, it's either 66 or 74. And I dressed appropriately for it today, but it didn't help.
Oh, you're hiding that role.
Well, but then I wore a dress because I'm thinking, yeah, no, next time it'll be. There was a judge in Pontiac one time. I walked up, the front doors were propped open. The courtroom doors were propped open. He was sitting there in a t-shirt. I was like, yeah, that's not a good, I mean, like a true t-shirt. $1977. Are you serious? I stopped there, sorry. Holy smokes.
1977. Retired from Detroit and I've been here 19 years, Attorney General's office.
Retired from Detroit?
Yeah, I retired sergeant in 2004, then I came over here.
From where, which precinct?
I worked by cybercrime unit.
Oh, Not a bad way to spend the remainder of your career, is it?
Well, it's for my baby right now. She's in college. I had a late bloomer.
You had a
When
ups,
she's in
a
college,
room.
and I refused to let her pay student loans. So I told her, I'll get you your bachelor's.
That sounds so familiar. I tell them, I'm like, your job is to go to school.
Right,
I don't want you
that's it.
taking out loans.
That's it.
Like if TT can swing it, I'll swing it, but no, I'd rather them not.
And she graduates, that's the day I'm calling.
Where is she in school? Where is she in school?
Right now, she's going to Henry Ford Community College because they have what they call Detroit Promise, where because she went to Detroit, so they get that free money.
Free money.
And then she's transferring to that right there. That's what
Hey.
Yeah, she loves. Yes. U of M Dearborn. We're right in that area.
You're in that area still?
Mhm. Yep.
I used to live over there years ago. What is she studying?
Right now, she's in general studies at community college, but she keeps changing her major right now, so I told her she's got a little time to decide what she wants to do. But she wanted to be a nurse, but then she changed her mind on that. And she wanted to go into politics.
Ms. Schenkel, you should see an invitation to join a breakout room. If you could please click on that.
I don't know where.
I miss
Hello?
Schenkel. I miss Schenkel's attorney. I can go into the room and see if I can help her. Just a moment.
Thank you. How long she been in school?
It's gonna
How long she been in Henry Ford?
This is her, she's going on the second year. She graduated from high school. Like I said, she's late bloomer.
Where'd she go to high school?
Cornerstone. I had to get to that Cornerstone. And she went to where's that called? She went to Cornerstone High, South Florida Outer Drive. And then she went to what's that school called? Blitz, foreign language. She's fluent, very fluent in Spanish, which pays off for her because that's a foreign language.
Yeah.
And since she was in first grade, she learned Spanish, so she can speak Spanish better than some of the.
And you thought of being an interpreter?
Yeah, she was thinking about going into interpreting, but I told her, let's do school first. If she wanted to work.
Mr. Silverstein, did you reach an agreement with Mr. Buka regarding Natty? You're muted, sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. I actually called the clerk's office because I sat in the room for the last hour and no one ever came to see me. So she told me to rejoin the main room.
He's here. I just sent him back in there. I told him people were waiting for him. I don't have the paper file, the ticket. That's all they sent up to me. So I don't even know what his offer is. I understand you were waiting. I saw you in there, but I thought you had moved in to speak to him. Yeah, there's probably 4 or 5 other attorneys in there waiting for him. If you don't mind waiting longer, I understand if you have somewhere else you need to go, but I'm here and we'll press through.
Yeah, I can go back here. I guess put me back in the waiting room, Your Honor. I just, like I said, I just been sitting there.
I know, I saw you along with Mr. Martin and a couple other people, Miss Gary and everyone else waiting. I appreciate your patience, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Oh, they heard me. They heard us. It just got cooler.
Yeah, it is.
It might be a figment of my imagination, but thanks, Mary Ann, whatever you did. Mr. Babna?
Yeah.
Ma'am, why are you still here? Did you need something else?
Oh, no, I thought I had another case.
No, you're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon. Don't forget to follow up on that other matter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about
No, you're not. Any other day, you come on a Wednesday where these people are waiting for me. You're lucky the prosecutor's in there working out stuff. Mary Ann, this man with this 30-page affidavit, I'm trying to speed read with Mr. Hadley, Mr. McDermott, Mr. Engineer waiting ever so patiently. If the prosecution comes out, you're gonna have to wait. Mary Ann, look at this. The world's worst law school essay question, 30 pages of, you should have just brought me a video, would have been quicker.
Work smarter, not harder.
My job is to make Mr. Hadley laugh.
I have to blame it on my office. 'Cause that's how they like it. They want the mouth.
You blame it on your office. Your office might have did it, but you came in here with this nonsense on a Wednesday. Mary Ann, you tell this man, this is business. Mr. Ford is waiting, Mr. Martin is waiting.
That's why I don't get them signed on Mondays and Fridays. That's all. No, you got-
Friday is preference. I don't usually have stuff scheduled and I'm here. And now that you know that, you know you come here on a Friday. When Mary Ann and I don't have jury trial scheduled on Fridays for some reason. See, she won't even sit in here with me.
Mr. Enger, do you need to speak with the prosecutor?
At this time, yeah, I actually do need to speak with him.
Okay, I'll put you in his waiting room. Mr. Martin, do you need to speak with?
I already did. Thank you. I'm ready to go on my cases.
Okay. Mr. McDermott, are you all set? Do you need to speak with him?
Nope, I need him back. I had to jump off for a minute.
So do you need to go in his waiting room?
I do, please.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Martin,
Yes, Judge.
I don't typically call the cases without the prosecutor here, but your clients have been waiting ever so patiently. This is 230027 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Robert Cronowet. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Judge Martin, and to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robert Cronenwet, who appears by Zoom. Mr. Cronenwet, state your full name.
Robert Dean Cronenwet.
Thank you. The last time that you were with me was back on May the 10th, and the matter, you were seeking a misdemeanor reduction. And then you went to Judge Green. What's going on this morning, Mr. Martin?
That Attorney Bresnahan of the prosecutor's office has approved Mr. Cronenwet for a misdemeanor reduction. Now, I think he's prepared to enter that misdemeanor plea. I'm not sure if there's more that needs to be done on the court's end before he is placed into the misdemeanor probation or not, but the prosecutor's office has approved it.
Then I do need Mr. Bukva.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And
I
then
believe
for
you'll need
Mr.
him.
Wilson?
I believe you'll need Mr. Bukva for him as well, as Mr. Bukva has offered
Okay.
to dismiss the case entirely.
Oh. They're right here as soon as Mr. Bukva comes out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Uh, 17%. Where was it? Oh, here we are. Good morning, Mr. Land.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. I hope I didn't stir your court. I didn't have it on mute, so I apologize.
No, we're in here yucking it up about other stuff. Did you need to
Okay.
speak to the prosecutor this morning?
No, we're waiving, so I don't need to speak to the prosecutor.
You're waiving in which case, sir?
Oh, my guy name is Harris, Damani Harris.
Ooh. Okay, I'm just looking for your client.
Can I waive his appearance?
Not for an exam waiver. Absolutely not. Mr. Land, you know better.
All right, I'm just testing, Your Honor.
I know. I give you an A for effort with that. Mr. Hadley's just laughing.
Hey, I get it.
He should be on.
Listen, you attorneys, you people.
I'm not an attorney and I chuckled.
If you have to sit here and watch this, I at least have to give you a laugh from time to time. I consider that my obligation this morning.
I appreciate that because it makes it very pleasant.
I try.
You should get paid more.
No, absolutely not, sir. I love my job just the way it is. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You're fine. Mr. Martin's laughing, Mr. Hadley's laughing, everybody. Marianne might even be chuckling in the back somewhere.
I don't know, because they need to get paid more. That might work well for me.
Mr. Gozi, have you spoken to Mr. Bookfor this morning?
No, ma'am, but I do have some information regarding the case that I think the court and the prosecutor needs to be aware of.
He's in the breakout room. When he comes out, Mr. Peggs, I'm sorry, will probably wind up being about fourth, hopefully.
Sure. Judge, can I have your email address for your clerk so I could forward the document that I wanted to share with everybody?
Marianne will put it in the chat. We're
Thank you.
sharing documents. What are we doing this morning? Everybody's a comedian this morning.
No, ma'am, it's not that at all. Thank you. I just got the email.
Okay, when she receives it, she'll bring it out. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Oh, okay. Was there nobody else here?
I'm here.
No, I'm speaking to the person standing in front of me. Give me 1 second.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I see you.
I'm new to this. I don't know how it works.
You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You and I are all patiently waiting for the prosecutor to come out. I got you. You're good. Thank you, Mr. Sonberg. I'm just waiting for Mr. Bukva to come back out. If he's not out in the next couple of minutes, I'll have Mary Ann go get him so we can get people on with their day. No, it's not you. It's that there are people here waiting from 9:30 docket and it 9:15 docket. And I'm just like, can we? It's not you. I'm waiting for the prosecutor and I try not to interrupt their conversations with people if I can help it. So there used to be a detective that would drop words in because he didn't think I read it. Just dropping random stuff that was wrong, spelled correctly, but just wrong.
That's what they go behind the code, right? James, you had a spelling error right here. Okay, thank you. The judge has to keep you in check.
No, if the prosecutor were out, you would have to wait for this stuff. Unbelievable. You've been here for what, 20 minutes now? At least. Mary Ann, would you go get Mr. Booker for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else this morning? Anything else? You're so welcome.
Yeah.
You too. Thank you, sir. I try. I try. You too. Behave yourself.
Yes, I will.
I don't believe you, but okay.
Do the best I can.
Set the bar so low. I'll do the best I can. Mary Ann. Mr. Bukva, my apologies for interrupting your conversations, but I've got to get some of these people out of here. This is 230027 FD, State of Michigan versus Cronowit. I already have the appearance of Mr. Martin and his client. How are we proceeding this morning, Mr. Bukva?
For which case is this, my Your Honor? My apologies.
Robert Dean Cronowit, the 915.
Yes, and I believe Ms. Cronin, I believe Gary approved an offer for an OWI second in this case, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Cronowit, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear? Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Cronowit, you've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding you'll be tendering a plea this morning of guilty to operating while intoxicated or impaired, second offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Understood, Your Honor.
Take your cap off for me, sir.
Sorry.
And sir, you're entering this plea, no worries. You're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I'm not sure I answered that. Yes?
I said, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cronowit, is it true that on October 26, 2020, Huron Township Police found you to be operating a motor vehicle?
Yes.
And at the time you were operating that motor vehicle, sir, you had a blood alcohol content of 0.339 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood or greater?
Yeah, I don't recall. But so, yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martin, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied.
Satisfied, Mr. Bukva?
The people are satisfied. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cronowit, the court accepts your plea of guilty guilty to operating while impaired, second offense, as previously indicated by the attorneys. The next step in these proceedings is that the matters will be sent over to probation for development of a sentence recommendation and the rescheduling of this matter for sentencing.
Very well.
Anything else
Your
in this
Honor,
matter, Mr. Bukva? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, do you know if I'm supposed to get in touch with Shannon Rapp of the sobriety court program to get Mr. Cronowit set up there?
You didn't say that that's what was happening.
Yeah, the last time I did this, there was some delay and multiple PCCs had to be scheduled as they were back and forth between Ms. Rapp and one of my clients. So I'll send her an email today to let her know that Mr. Cronowit has pleaded and that this process needs to get underway.
You do that, and we'll also send a message down to her. Mary Ann will send a message down to her that he's coming that way.
Great, thank you.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Martin?
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Mr. Cronowit, you'll receive communication from the probation department. Please respond to their emails and phone calls, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Judge, thank you.
Thank you. This is 230-282 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Kenneth Wilson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Judge Martin, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Wilson. Mr. Wilson, please unmute your device and state your full name.
Your Honor, my name is Kenneth Wilson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. I'm sorry, PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, actually, I'll take the reins on this one. The people would just move to dismiss this case in the interest of justice.
Any objection, Mr. Martin?
Obviously not.
Don't say obviously. You never know what's going to happen.
True.
People's request to dismiss this matter is hereby granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing from defense.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, this matter is hereby dismissed. You have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 230-392 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Damani Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P 8626.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ivan Land, P65879, appearing on behalf of Damani Harris, who's present on the screen. Your Honor, we have no objection to holding these proceedings by Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, state your name for the record.
Damani Harris.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Land, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I've explained to my client what the people must prove by a probable cause standard that a crime was committed and that Mr. Harris committed that crime in the Wayne County jurisdiction. With that understanding, Your Honor, my client would like to waive his right to a preliminary exam and have this matter bound over to the Wayne County Circuit Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony? Thank you. Testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Are you here?
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I said yes.
Thank you. You froze for a second. Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Land about this matter. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter?
He's freezing, Your Honor.
I know he is, Mr. Land. I'm watching.
I didn't know if he was falling asleep, Your Honor.
We might need to pass the matter so he can somewhere. Maybe he's moving and that's interrupting his video. Mr. Land, I'm going to pass this matter very briefly. If he gets unfrozen, we might have to figure out if he's moving or what's causing him to break up this way. This is 230-367 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Shamar Peggs. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning, Eric Gozzi on behalf of Mr. Shamir Peggs.
Mr. Peggs, state your name for me, please, sir.
You'll have to unmute yourself, Shamir.
Shamir Peggs.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Gozzi, you were sending something over to the prosecution into the courtroom.
I sent it to the courtroom. I didn't have Mr. Buckba's email address. Suffice to say that we're going to have a global resolution on this case tomorrow before Judge Bridget Hathaway, in which this case, as well as the pending misdemeanor before Your Honor, that Mr. Hadley represents Mr. Peggs on, will be dismissed as part of that plea negotiation. So at this point, I would ask the court, would it like to put this PCC over until the sentencing?
I'm sorry, and the sentencing date is?
Unfortunately, I don't know. Tomorrow I will have of course. Tomorrow I will have the plea date is scheduled tomorrow, excuse me, and the sentencing date will occur, given to me on that day. I would estimate probably 4 to 6 weeks from the date of the plea is when the next court date will be for his sentencing.
Then, Mr. Gozzi, let's do this. Let's adjourn the PCC in this matter over to July the 26th, 2023 at.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
9 o'clock, Judge.
That's 9 a.m. back here with me in number one. Mr. Gozi, if something happens at the tomorrow's hearing that you need to adjust this date, or you get the sentencing date, you need to adjust this date, reach out to the courts, reach out to Mary Ann or to the criminal department in this court, and we'll get that date adjusted for you, okay?
I will say this though, Judge, I am scheduled to be in trial on the 26th. Is it possible that we could do August the 9th?
August the 9th would be Judge Oakley in person. Is August the 2nd any better, sir?
I'm actually going to be having a medical procedure on that day, so unfortunately,
So-
no.
August the 9th?
Yes, please. And of course, if that
Your
date
Honor,
changes, I'll let the court know.
if I could jump in before you call the next case.
I'm not done with this case, Mr. Hadley, unless you
No, I know. I
something
want to
about
speak to you about
Peggs.
Mr. Pegg's case that Mr. Gozi was referencing.
Okay,
So the misdemeanor that I'm representing Mr. Peggs on, that's going to be part of this global resolution, that's actually set to be back in front of Judge Oakley on July 5th. Do we have the ability to move that July 5th hearing out as well to August?
you need to contact Heather about that.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Mary Ann, August 9th?
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank
August
you,
9th
everybody.
at 9 o'clock in number two, live with Judge Oakley. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Gozi?
No, Judge, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Peggs, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor,
Who just, Your Honor,
this is Ivan Land.
yes, Mr. Land.
Okay, my client said he couldn't log back on. I have him on the phone. Would the court be comfortable with taking the testimony while he's on the phone?
Why couldn't he log back on?
Mr. Harris, what did you say?
Trying to log back in, it keeps saying waiting, not going past the waiting section. I took a picture of it. I don't know. Well,
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
No, just repeat it for me. It says what when he tries to log on?
He says waiting.
it says waiting, but I took a picture saying waiting. It's not loading me in. I was just loaded in fine. And it started like skipping when we was on the phone. And it just loaded me up.
Mr. Harris, do you have it on speakerphone or you have it? Take it on speakerphone.
Mr. Land, let me clear up some of these other cases first, and then we'll try to maneuver with Mr. Harris.
Okay.
This is 230403 SM, State of Michigan versus Andrew Ford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookbill appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Nicholas Sonberg on behalf of Andrew Ford is present.
State your name for me, Mr. Ford.
My name is Andrew Ford, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Today's the day and time scheduled for the pretrial on this matter. Mr. Sonberg, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. We received discovery. I've spoken to the people in this case, and at this time, we're going to be asking to set this matter for the final pretrial, please.
The final pretrial date will be
June 28th at 9:15.
June
Works for
28th
me.
at 9:15. That will be live in number two with Judge Oakley. Mr. Sonberg, I'm sorry, I missed your P number, please. Mr. Sonberg?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the mute button. 80416.
As I indicated before, it doesn't seem that your appearance reached the file. I just want to get that right, but you will be back here on the 28th at 9:15 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
And
Judge.
we're in person, Your Honor.
In person, unless you email him and ask for something different, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, thank you for your patience, sir. You have a wonderful afternoon. Good luck to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge. You as well.
Thank you. This is 184583 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Tyler Mexicott.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, who has already stated his name for the record.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll be asking for an adjournment to collect some discovery, as well as get in contact with MIDC counsel, Crystal Medina, to make sure that her and I are on the same page. I think she's had some prior conversations with the defendant.
How long of an adjournment do you need, sir?
Your Honor, I think 2 weeks, 3 weeks, with whatever the court can accommodate, not long.
2 weeks puts us on July the 5th.
10:45.
July 5th at 10:45 a.m. That will be live in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people in this matter?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience this morning. You're free to go. Have a good day. Good luck to you. Ms. Schenkel. This is 230327 SM, State of Michigan versus Cheryl Jane Schenkel. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Engerer appearing on behalf of Ms. Schenkel, P 79839.
Would you state your name for me, please, ma'am?
Good morning, Your Honor. Cheryl Schenkel.
Good morning. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial this morning. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Bookfa, and we have agreed to request that this matter be set for a final pretrial.
Can we arraign her first, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, we may. And I can waive the formal reading of the charges and how she would like to stand mute.
Thank you. Ma'am, you appear timely and appropriately this morning. The court thanks you for that. Your bond will be set at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The allegation in this case involves a complainant victim named Dawn Hill. Ma'am, do you have any reason to have communication or contact with that person?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
Thank you. Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant, that complainant being Ms. Dawn Hill. No contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. There's also a request that you do not return to 46 North Liberty Street, apartment number 3. Do you have any reason to return to that address?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
Thank you. And sir, I did hear you indicate that you were requesting a final pretrial on this matter. That final pretrial date will be
June 28th at 9:30.
June 28th at 9:30 a.m. That will be in person in number 2 with Judge Oakley, complainant to appear. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Before you leave, sir, there is a request for a order for fingerprints for your client. Ms. Schenkel, you need to appear at the Belleville Police Department before your next court date and be fingerprinted.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else? Okay, other than that, Ms. Schenkel, you have a good day. Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris. We're back on the record in 230392 FT. Mr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Land explained to you that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examination where the people would have to show that both probable cause exists, that a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And sir, knowing that you wish to waive your right to have that preliminary examination?
Yes.
Sir, have you been threatening in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your right to the exam?
No.
Mr. Land, the court will find that your client's waiver of the exam has been freely and voluntarily given. Because you appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on behalf of yourself and your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people to this waiver?
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, the court is executing the form that indicates that you'll waive your right to have preliminary examination in this matter. As previously indicated, you will now be bound over as charged in this matter, bound over to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, Third Circuit Court. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Harris, thank you for logging back on. You have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everyone stay safe. Take care, Mr. Luke.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Land, thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, you're free to go. That case has now been bound over to Third Circuit Court.
What's happening with that? Am I allowed to ask?
It's bound over, which means that it's now being sent downtown for the next stage of the proceedings.
Okay, will I get like a letter or anything regarding that?
I'm not sure how the prosecutor's office or the victim's advocate sends information,
Okay,
but you should follow up with whomever you've been in contact with from the prosecutor's office, okay?
okay. Oh.
Thank you, ma'am.
I haven't got anything from the prosecutor's office.
How did you know to be here this morning?
Just from the victim advocate.
That's why I said the victim, I thought I said victim's advocate. It's either the prosecutor or victim's advocate. They follow these cases and they're the ones that reach out to the witnesses and the victims.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just misunderstood.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't say it clearly. That's on me.
All right, thank you.
You're so welcome. You have a good day.
You too.
Judge, the person with the turn on your audio, he put a piece of paper over his camera. He will not come into the breakout room. I do not have a clue who it is.
We don't know who it is?
No.
Okay, then let's do this. There's a person who this court sitting here has now sent a request to unmute and to start video. If you do not respond, the court will, thank you. Unmute and identify yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your name,
Okay,
please?
so I'm Samiri. I don't even know what I'm doing. All I'm trying to do is log in when it's time for my niece Samaria Lawrence's to come in front of you. So
Sir,
ma'am.
okay, help me with something. The court staff tried to get you to move into a breakout room so you could be identified.
I didn't know what
And
that
you didn't
meant.
respond. Is
I
there a
didn't know
reason
what-
why you didn't respond?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very new.
What's the
to this.
reason?
I'm very new to this. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. I don't even know what a breakout room is. And the last time I moved into a room where the judge was in there and she turned her camera off on me and I didn't even know what I was doing then.
Sir, do you mind coming on the screen right now?
Yes, I'll come on.
Okay. I am Judge Martin. This is courtroom number 1.
Okay.
We have a lot of cases scheduled. So what we do is we have the clerks, when people come in and we don't know who they are, the clerks have you move into a room so we can get you labeled, figure out why you're here, figure out if you need to go speak to the court-appointed attorney or to the prosecutor, or if you have retained counsel or someone like you who might be an observer. They would have labeled you as an observer for your niece, and they would have let you know that there was some hiccup this morning where her case was not called at 8:30 as scheduled. We're waiting for her attorney to come back. He will not be back until noon. When you come in to this courtroom, which is what the Zoom is for our purposes today, and you receive directions, invitations, you should follow them because they're being sent by someone who has control of the room. And that would either be myself, my secretary, or there's a secretary for our chief judge that's helping this morning. You voluntarily brought yourself to Zoom, which means you brought yourself to courtroom number 1. We're trying to make sure that people get where they're supposed to be, get the information they're supposed to have. So in the future, don't ignore requests to participate. I sent you requests to turn your video on, and I sent you requests to unmute yourself. It's nothing nefarious. It's nothing going on here. We're just trying to figure out who's in this space so we can make sure that you're not waiting for something that's already happened, or you're not an important part to a case that needs to be called. That being the case, we're going to circle back to your niece's case at about 12 o'clock. She was on this morning, but she's in custody, so we could not keep her waiting for her attorney who is in another court in a matter of greater seriousness, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize for that. I totally don't know what I'm doing. I didn't know those messages was for me. I did push one time to go in the breakout room. I didn't understand what I was doing, so I came off the whole Zoom, and then I came back on, and a friend of mine just came in, and I said, well, what am I supposed to do? It's telling me to go to the breakout room. She says, well, just push breakout room. And so I'm like guessing through this. I'm not, I'm not doing
Sir, I'm interrupting you because I appreciate it. We're on Zoom all the time and we forget what it's like when you're new to it. But if you ever come back to courtroom number 1, please know that we are trying to just get people labeled, figure out what time they're supposed to be here, and get them connected to the right people. Because heaven forbid you had a case and you're sitting there not responding, it could result in a bench warrant issuing for you, or your case being dismissed, or any number of things if you were a party to a case and you weren't responding to requests from the staff. And that's why I said, if you don't respond, then we'll have you removed, because we want you to be able to access the court, but we need you to participate in it.
I will not make that mistake again, and I'll make sure that I am going with the prompt. Thank you for explaining.
There's two things. Listen, there's 2 things you can do right now. You can either mute yourself and we'll get you relabeled as an observer for the Lawrence matter. You can go on to YouTube. We stream our proceedings. Or number 3, you can go onto the court's website, type in your niece's name later, and it'll tell you what we've done to her case, and you can figure out her next appearance date or how this case resolved today, okay?
Well, can I hit mute and turn my video off? Turn my picture off? You want me to leave the picture?
Absolutely. The staff have just labeled you so that when we see your dark square, we'll know why you're here. You can turn your video off, mute yourself, and we'll know that you're here for Ms. Lawrence going forward, okay?
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
You're so welcome. You have a good day, sir.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. Local Concrete, take your cap off. Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Take your cap off.
Oh, how I gotta take it off?
How you gonna take your hat off?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you say take the top off.
No, take the top off. No, we don't do that on Wednesdays. That's a Friday thing.
Sorry, I didn't hear you good.
You're welcome, Mr. Hadley. Sir, you're representing Local Concrete and Construction. Gentleman in the blue shirt that just took your hat off and the beard.
Yeah.
You're here for Local Concrete.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, I already talked to him.
Do you have an agreement with him?
Yes.
What is that agreement?
So,
oh, I'm sorry. Before you start, this is 3S421052 A and B, State of Michigan versus Local Concrete. You spoke to him and?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
My phone cut off too much.
No, I stopped talking very abruptly. Your name, sir?
My name is Adrian. Adrian is Camila.
You spoke to the prosecutor, and how are we proceeding this morning? What are we doing to resolve these tickets?
He said we don't have to pay because we put the plate back and we fixed everything good. So my driver, he's got the medical card already too.
Okay, sir, sit tight. We'll wait for the prosecutor to come out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Okay. I see that message. Marianne, I have got to step off for 1 second. I'll bring you your files, but I'll be right back, not 2 minutes.
Yeah, there too, man. When she starts talking, make sure you're in the picture. You know what I mean? So right
there.
here,
Okay.
yeah. Make sure you're in the picture. So where are the guys to though? Looks like we're probably next.
Mr. Burke? You're muted. I just wanted to ask you, did you speak with the a prosecutor? You're muted, sir.
How about now?
Yep, perfect.
Better? Okay, sorry.
Yes, have you spoken with the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
Wonder how we got muted. Did I touch the screen at all? It's all good.
Well, it says the host muted.
Yeah, host muted us, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. With Mr. Burke, Attorney Burke?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here with
You
Brian
look like,
Matthews.
I saw Mr. Matthews' name and it didn't click with me that with Attorney Burke because you look like you're relaxed at the cabin.
We are.
And I'm trying to be you when I grow up. Have you spoken to the prosecutor?
We have.
This is I'm sorry. I keep wanting to start with two. These state cases, Marianne. This is 3S4210721ST, State of Michigan versus Brian Matthews. May I have your appearance, please, sir?
This is Thomas Burke.
Mr. Burke, did you file an appearance in this matter?
No, ma'am. I own the truck that Brian was driving. So I'm here I did go to law school and pass the bar exam, but I don't really practice on a regular basis.
May I have your P number, please?
53875.
And Mr. Matthews, state your name for me, sir.
Ryan Matthews.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, how are we proceeding this morning?
So we talked to the prosecutor and he agreed to dismiss the charges.
Sir, I will take you at your word as an officer of the court, although you make it sound like you're a pretty reluctant officer of the court.
Just a little nervous. I don't do this every day.
I'm seeing you sitting there, and that's why I kept passing by you, because I'm looking for a shirt or a tie, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think you, Mr. Matthews, have suffered through the comedy of courtroom number 1 long enough. This case is hereby dismissed without prejudice. You have a wonderful day and good luck to you.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye. All right, so.
Mary Ann, I'm telling you.
Hello.
Heather?
Sorry, Josh, do you know you have somebody in your waiting room? Well, he's on the phone now.
Well, because he wants me to dismiss this case that I will dismiss in 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I just wish Mr. Oh.
I don't know if they can see me. Or...
I can see you, Mr. Mike, with the hat on in court.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Uh-huh. You can take your cap off for me.
Sure.
Have you talked to the prosecutor about the tickets for Premier Groundworks?
I did. He was going to dismiss them. And he sent me over here
Okay. He sent you over here to
tell you
tell me
that
in S342154661 ST, State of Michigan versus Premier Groundworks. May I have your last name, please, sir?
my last name is Bouffard, Bouffard.
Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Bukva sent you out to tell me that he was dismissing this unregistered vehicle ticket against Premier Groundworks.
Yes.
Who's talking to you?
That's my secretary. I'm in my office.
I heard someone whispering to you, which is always a sign to me that there might be something else.
Listening to you.
She's fine. I'll make a notation that you have represented to the court that the matter is being dismissed.
Yeah, I told the prosecutor that I took care of all the trooper wanted me to do, and he said, fine.
Okay. I'll make the notation.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Bouffard, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Hadley, are you off the phone?
I am, Your Honor. Just checking with my defendant at 11:30 to make sure he was going to be appearing.
I understand. I wanted to let you get Mr. Nundley. 230242 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Darius Nundley. May I have your appearance, please?
I'm on.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Darius Nundley. Mr. Nundley, please state your name for the court.
Darius Devon Joseph Nundley.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. This case was scheduled for 9:45. It is now 10:52 a.m. by this court's clock. The court shows the complainant in this case as Christopher Lewis. Christopher Lewis, I'm looking in the breakout rooms. I don't see anyone by that name. There is no one responding to the call. Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, we'd be motioning to dismiss without prejudice this time.
Based on the complaining witness's failure to appear this morning, this case is hereby dismissed. That dismissal is without prejudice. Mr. Nunley, that concludes this matter, sir. You are free to go. Good luck to you. Have a good
I have a
afternoon.
question for you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So how can I make sure that I am not issued for a warrant again because they said I did not show up on June 7th and I did appear in court on Zoom. How can I assure that? Can I get an email or a paper copy stating that I was appeared today and that will not be issued again? Because I'm a commercial driver, and if I was to get pulled over, I could have potentially been in jail.
Mr. Nunley, I don't know what happened on June the 7th. I know that I put a note in your file just now with the prosecutor's name, Mr. Hadley's name. I indicate on the record that you were present, that this matter is dismissed as the complainant failed to appear. If you want to go onto the court's website in a day or two, type in this case number and print it out, it will say that you were present and this case was dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that sufficient for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, you're free to go. Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a wonderful day.
You as well, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Mandernack.
Good morning.
Good morning again. What are you here back for?
I am here for Ronald Hamilton.
Hamilton. Oh. We're almost there. It's 15 minutes after the scheduled time for me. So if they're not here in the next 5 minutes, I'll call the matter so you can get on with your day.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Mr. Hadley, were we ready on the Clark matter?
We are, Your Honor. It was yeah, we're right at it. It was 10:45.
We're waiting for the complainant. Okay.
I have spoken with the APA on this matter. I know the court's policy is usually the 15-minute rule. The APA did indicate to me that they're not expecting the complainant to appear.
I'm not either. We're 4 minutes away. So if you just give me a moment, it'll be Mr. Clark and then Mr. Hamilton and then Mr. Brady Bob.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 230410 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Ronald Hamilton.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Ronald Hamilton.
And where's Mr. Hamilton this morning, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, this would be a first appearance. And I'm not the listed attorney on this one, so I've not had any prior contact with him yet. I did receive discovery yesterday on this matter. I note that, well, I'll just leave it at that. I haven't spoken with the defendant.
Ms. Mandernack?
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the court enter a bench warrant based on the failure to appear.
I guess in response, Your Honor, I do indicate that the warrant request stated the complainant did not want to prosecute. I would ask maybe we just issue a show cause before a bench warrant, allow me to try to reach out to this individual. I don't even know if, again, he's aware that he has to be here today.
Respectfully, Mr. Hadley, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I spoke with complaining witness yesterday, and she does very much want to prosecute.
Okay, I'm just going off of what I
Mr.
got.
Hadley, what the court was going to say that Mr. Hamilton was present at the June 13, 2023 arraignment, at which time Al Hammond would have advised him that this matter was set on this court's docket for June 21st at 10:45 a.m. It's now 11:01 a.m. by this court's clock. The court will deem Mr. Hamilton as having to have failed to appear in this matter as the underlying allegations involve crimes of an assaultive nature. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, my apologies. I do have the ROA pulled up now, and I concur that is what happened. I just didn't know that he'd even been arraigned yet. So thank you for clarifying. My apologies.
He's coming in right now.
Oh, wait. He's here. He just popped into our waiting room.
We don't have anything ready.
Thank you.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Mr. Raven?
Go up, Mr. Hamilton. You're going to go into a breakout room. Mr. Bookful, let's, in 3S4210528 A and B, these were State of Michigan versus Local Concrete. There is a representative here for Local Concrete. When I asked him about the resolution, he was having some audio issues. How are we proceeding this morning in this matter?
Judge, I spoke to the gentleman representing them. They fixed all the issues, Judge. The people were just moved to dismiss both of those matters.
Gentlemen from Local Concrete, your cases are dismissed. You're muted, sir, but you're free to go. You have a good day. Good luck to you. This is 230390 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Tristan Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
Adam, appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Tristan Clark, who is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Clark, please state your name for the court.
Tristan Clark.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. The case was scheduled at 10:45. It's now 11:03 by this court's clock. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would motion that the matter be dismissed without prejudice at this time for the complainant's failure to appear.
And no objection from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The defense motion to dismiss this matter is hereby granted. Mr. Clark, this dismissal is without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Good luck to you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, you're free to go. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This is 3S4213228 ST, State of Michigan versus James Brady Bob. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed Book for appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
State your name for me, sir.
James Brady Ball.
Mr. Brady Ball, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, Your Honor.
You're fine. You wish to proceed on your own, sir?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, yes, I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bookva, how are we proceeding in this matter this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, the people, we've offered Mr. Brady Ball the deal to reduce this ticket to a double parking ticket. I believe he will accept that deal.
Any conversation regarding fines and costs?
Just whatever the court, whatever the standard ticket for double parking is, Your Honor, I'm ignorant as to what that is. Leave it
Mr.
to-
Brady Ball, I'm sorry.
I would leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're fine. Mr. Brady Ball, you were able to hear Mr. Bookva just now?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
And is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that if you accept that plea of pleading responsible to double parking, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on May 16, 2023, Michigan State Police found you to be in the city of Romulus double park contrary to law?
Yes,
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, dismisses the operating without proper vehicle group designation, and will impose fines and costs of $200. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
I think my work's gonna cover it. I'm hoping at least.
We'll say 5 days to pay, but if we get close to that 5 days and your work is not going to cover it, please contact the court's collection department so that you may make arrangements, okay?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning. You have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. These are 23L557655 A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus Joshua Tejada.
Tejada, man.
Tejada. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and
Mr.
Book-
Tejada, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna put my appearance. Ed and Book on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Tejada, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to proceed on your own this morning?
I would like for other defender.
Then what you get, see, Mr. Tejada, is you'll be moved into the MIDC waiting room. Mr. Hadley, who is here, has one case that we'll do, and then he'll be in there to talk to you directly, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hadley, it says John Raven.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, final pretrial. I just saw the file. Give me 1 second.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 210109 SM. This is State of Michigan versus John Raven. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Book on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jonathan Raven, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Raven, please state your name for the court.
John Raven.
Thank you.
Oh, this matter isn't scheduled till 11:30. Have you talked to the prosecutor, Mr. Hadley?
I have, Your Honor. I'll let the prosecutor address the court. I believe, again, I don't want to put words in his mouth. My understanding is that we will be dismissing this matter without prejudice for the complainant's failure to appear.
So that's what it's looking like, Judge. We haven't been, neither myself nor my victim advocate have been able to get in touch with the victim in this case.
Wait, hold on. There's way too much traffic. That's never a good sign.
No, MDOC has.
I know. Okay. You're fine. You didn't have to put your hand up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's my fault, Judge. I should.
Mr. Crova, tell him I'm giving him a hard time. He's fine. Mr. Bootva, so we're dismissing this matter without prejudice?
Yes, Judge. We've been unable to get in contact with the complaining witness in this case. And don't anticipate them showing up by 11:30.
Thank you. I cannot imagine, Mr. Hadley, that you have any objection.
Not at all, Your Honor. We would ask the court grant the people's motion.
Thank you. Mr. Raven, this case is hereby dismissed. Your previously deposited bond will be refunded to the depositor less any fees due to the court.
The 150.
Yes, sir. And that concludes this matter. You are free to go. Mr. Raven, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
I have one question, Your Honor. Do I come there and pick it up like I paid there, or no, y'all send it? I came there and paid it.
I have absolutely no idea. Let's ask Mary Ann if she has any information about how that works.
About getting the refund,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
a check will be mailed to him.
We have you on Syracuse, Mr. Raven. Is that still a good address?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll be mailed to that address on Syracuse.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, have a good day. Mr. Hamilton is here and we've attempted to have him join twice and he has not joined. If you go speak to Mr. Tejeda, Mr. Hadley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He's having a time, Judge, joining the breakout. I've tried several times.
There's no invitation popping up on. Yeah.
Mr. Bookva, I saw an attorney earlier for the Maselli and Oldfield matters. Did you?
Yes, Judge, let me just. Maselli and Oldfield, yes, Judge, I didn't have the pre-hearings in the folder. I did write on my notes. You have it?
They're actual files. They're not paper files. They're
okay.
not tickets. They're.
Understood. Okay, well, we did come to a resolution. If you'd like me to tell you now or later.
Hold on 1 second, since Heather is coming in here. Disrupting my courtroom between you and Crova and everybody else traipsing through here. This is not a hallway. Mr. Hadley, you tell them this is a courtroom. This is serious business.
Only on Fridays. Hamilton's file?
Yeah.
Can I just look at it? Because I just need to see, so I can send out a letter to the clerks.
What letter?
Saying, please read this to make sure what kind of domestic it is.
We can't get him connected. So
I know.
You're the person who was not nice to you is on your docket. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in person.
Yeah. There's something about Judge Oakley that people find helps them get right. A little bit of attitude adjuster.
So, can you let Miss Mandernach know that nobody would know that this is a.
Miss Mandernach is here. You can tell her yourself. I'm not involved in your nonsense and shenanigans.
Patricia, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so on Mr. Hamilton.
Let's go to your right so she can see your lovely face. Oh no, go to your left.
Goodness. Oh, let me go all the way.
Don't break anything over there.
It doesn't, forget it, it says his spouse.
It says spouse?
It does say spouse.
So
Okay.
you scheduled it wrong,
No,
Heather? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not. I need to let the other clerks know how to do
I
that.
think Heather messed up this file. I think that's what we're doing. That's what I heard her say. Did you speak to Mr. Tejeda, Mr. Hadley?
No, I've been trying to get him into the breakout room. I
He's
think
gone.
he just went in there
No,
now.
he's in there now.
Thank you. Mr. Buffa's like, I'm going back where I came from. This is too much. This is 3S4213498 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Maselli and Oldfield. I have your appearance, Mr. Buffa. I saw Mr. Russell earlier, and I don't know why he didn't know that there was an actual file, not just a ticket, but you reached some resolution with him?
We did, Your Honor, and my apologies as I'm still kind of trying to get used to what all the different types of hearings are, but it would be to dismiss the A, which was the unregistered, and to pay 200 on the misload.
Pay 200 on the misload. Okay.
Yes.
Did he say how long his client needed?
I gave him the normal 5-day spiel, and if they needed more time, that they could contact the court. So I'm assuming the 5 days will be fine.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you. So 200 on the misload, 5 days to pay and dismiss the misdemeanor unregistered vehicle.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Hamilton, take your cap off, sir. Mr. Hamilton? Yeah. Mr. Hamilton? His audio is connected. Mr. Hamilton? Marianne, did you see if you could at least move him in with Josh while?
And then if I could get an audience with, who's on, Mr. Tejada? Wait a minute. That's you, Eden, right?
Yeah. Like an audience.
Can I roll over the plea offer with you real quick in a breakout room?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just move into mine and we'll move in there.
Sounds good.
What kind of dog is that?
Oh, sorry, Judge. That is a greyhound.
Don't be sorry. We love to see. I just saw a glimpse of something.
Oh yeah, that's my greyhound. She's 18 months old. She's in her rebellious teenager phase.
Listen, it reverts because our 12-year-old Great Dane has decided that she's a puppy again.
Oh,
and is
no.
barking at night is something else.
Oh, that's such a good age for a Great Dane, by the way. That's amazing.
And my husband keeps telling her, and I think that's what has made her what she is.
Oh, there we are. I think I'm in now. Yep.
Mr. Hamilton,
Yes. I found.
take your cap off. Take your cap off. Number one.
Sorry.
Number two, you were late for court this morning.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was trying to figure out how to use the phone because I haven't been able to get my phone from my house yet.
I understand, sir, but you should start before because you put yourself in a precarious position when you don't appear on time. Your attorney is here, Mr. Hadley.
Okay.
We'll get you moved into a breakout room so you can talk to him briefly, okay?
All right. I am sorry for everything, Your Honor.
No, don't be sorry, sir. I just want you to be mindful.
Oh, I tried way before too. I for like 30 minutes and then I still couldn't get it. I wasn't used to this phone yet.
I know it's difficult, but please go in and talk to Mr. Hadley.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Set to go on Mr. Tejada. I'm trying to move him in right now, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. This is a recall of Tejada matters, which ended in 655 A, B, and C. Mr. Hadley, I will note your appearance for the record. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Tejada.
I have, Your Honor, advised Mr. Tejada of his rights, and he would like to avail himself of the people's plea offer at this time.
Which is?
Your Honor, as to the A case, which is the expired license, that will be they'll be dismissed, or I'm sorry, let's say reduced to a double parking. And then the cases ending in B and C will both be dismissed.
Thank you. Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation with him, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, and that the expired license, the registration plate violation, and the no proof of insurance would be dismissed, or no insurance would be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plea responsible?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on May the 22nd, 2023, Wayne County Sheriff's found you to be in the city of Romulus, double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court hereby accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. Will dismiss the 3 misdemeanor matters that were pending. Mr. Hadley, was there any conversation about fines and costs in these matters?
We leave it to the court's discretion. Would just note that Mr. Tejada is brand new to Michigan and is currently seeking employment, and would ask that the court consider that when fashioning fines.
Thank you. And Mr. Hadley, while the court will take that into consideration, these offenses happened back on May 22nd, 2023. The court will assess fines and costs of $300. Sir, if you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, you can either call, where are you? You can go online to the court, you can submit an email request for a payment plan, you can call the court and speak to the collections department. We have an Arizona address for you now, for you, sir. Has your address changed?
Yes, ma'am. Inkster now?
Did you provide the address to one of the clerks this morning, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we'll update in our system. Again, you can either come in person and pay that amount, or make arrangements with the court's collection department, go onto the court's website, select the contact us button that says submit request for payment plan. Other than that, sir, these 3 matters are resolved. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
So I think I caught a little bit of back and forth. Is Mr. Hamilton then waiting to speak with me?
He is. He
Okay,
has a
may I?
new phone, so he has some technology issue.
Very good. Ms. Mandernack, can I speak with you very quickly before I go in?
Yeah, absolutely. I will.
Go into your meeting room.
Okay, I don't think I can move myself.
Oh. I think I can.
Marianne will get you taken care of.
I'll make you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Bukva, I just had 3 quick ones for you. Did you
Yes, sir.
ever see anyone from REA Construction?
Let me see if I made notes. 1 second. REA Construction? Yes, I
Which
did.
was scheduled at 9:30? Okay.
Yes, I did. And we agreed to, it would pay a fine of $150 on the C, the one that ended with C, and the rest would be dismissed.
I'm sorry, 425B?
I have it here as 425C.
C, $150 and dismiss everything else? When you're doing the docket, if you don't have a paper file, a ticket, that means they're actual paper files. REA has an actual hard file, as does Budget Collision. Did you ever, that was 1045, did you see them?
I did not.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about that. I figured that whole thing out like halfway through today and I was like, oh, crap, I just realized that. So I'm sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry. It's fine. We fix it at the end. We figure it out. These are 3S 4218524 A, B, and C. These matters are State of Michigan versus Budget Collisions were scheduled at 10:45. It's now 11:25 a.m. by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear. The B and C files are civil infractions will be deemed in default. The A file will be set for show cause. Then there is 3S 4210548ST, State of Michigan versus Raul Aguirre Juarez, scheduled at 11 a.m. It's now 11:26 a.m. by this court's clock. I do not see anyone by that name. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by the court, the matter will be set for show cause unless you show some other resolution, Mr. Bukva.
No, I did not have an opportunity to speak with them today either, Your Honor, so they were not here.
Okay. And officers told me that we're close on the 11 and 11:30, and the only other matter remaining is Ms. Mandernack. So if you want to go dark and do whatever you need to do,
Great.
we'll be ready to roll right into the exams.
Sounds good. I'm gonna log right off and I'll see you in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think my services are complete for this morning.
No. No.
Okay, I'll just
Thanks,
sit on.
Heather.
You're welcome. Thanks, Marianne.
Mary Ann's not the boss of me. Thank you, Heather. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Be real fast, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were right, Patricia. That was the only issue really wanted. The
Oh, look at me
standby.
being on top of things.
You nailed that one. I'm gonna bring him back in and I think we'll be ready to go. Just gonna get a new date.
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton, just sit tight. The judge will be back out here in a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a recall of 230-410 SM State of Michigan versus Hamilton. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Ronald Hamilton, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Hamilton, please state your name for the record.
Ronald Hamilton.
Thank you. This case had previously been called and a bench warrant had been ordered as to Mr. Hamilton. That has not been processed. Mr. Hamilton has had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor, I believe we are setting, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I
Ms.
believe
Mandernack.
we're setting this for a final pretrial. I've sent paper discovery to Mr. Hadley, and I've informed him that digital is on its way.
I concur.
How long for the final pretrial? How far out do you want it?
I will leave that to Mr. Hadley's discretion, Your Honor. I would just ask that it be set on a DV Tuesday docket.
And Mr. Hadley, I think we had scheduled some things for you on the 25th of July.
That is correct, Your Honor. In person with Judge Oakley, we've got some DV matters that day, so I think that would be appropriate if the court's all right with that.
Let me get a time, Judge.
Thank you. What's going on? You don't know? Okay.
10:15.
10:15. 10:15 on July the 25th in courtroom number 2. That's live with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people? Oops.
Nothing further on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Hamilton has asked us to address a request for a police standby to return to the residence. I understand that this was already provided previously once, but it sounded like there was a timing issue and he was not able to really meaningfully retrieve anything. Currently, Your Honor, his debit card, ID, some paperwork for Social Security, some of these types of items of a personal nature are still there and we would like to retrieve them. I did discuss this with Ms. Mandernack. I believe the people stand in opposition to the request. In the alternate, Your Honor, if you feel that a standby wouldn't be appropriate, perhaps we could have the complainant take these necessary items to the police department, and then perhaps Mr. Hamilton can retrieve them that way if the court's not inclined to allow him to retrieve the items himself with a standby.
Ms. Mandernack?
That is correct, Your Honor. I have safety concerns, or the complaining witness has reached out to me expressing safety concerns regarding doing a second standby. And I would be happy to have a in-chambers discussion with Your Honor and Mr. Hadley if the court wishes regarding what that specific issue is. Otherwise, I would be happy to instruct complaining witness to take those personal belongings to the police station. I don't know if there's any way that Mr. Hamilton could maybe send a list of the specific items to Mr. Hadley, who could send it to me so that we could get the property to defendant.
Mr. Hadley?
I think, again, I think that would be, it would solve the issue that we have before us, which is he does have some of these items that he needs in the immediate. I think it addresses the safety concerns. So, Mr. Hamilton, could you provide this list for us of these necessary items?
the list is, I don't know, I have my whole life in there. This is.
Understood, sir, but right now we're talking about just what, again, things like your driver's license and your ID, things that you have to have.
License, ID, debit card, I need, court pay, or the stuff I need to fill out for, Social Security for disability. I haven't been able to get that handed in. It's all important stuff that was kind of sensitive. And I'm just losing time my whole life, I guess.
So, Your Honor, leave it to the court's discretion. Either I can have Mr. Hamilton forward an itemized list, or if the court would like to make an order from the bench that states that his identification, his debit card, and his court paperwork or Social Security paperwork should be dropped off at the police department. We'll lead where the court follows.
Mr. Hadley, my inclination,
Follow
based
the
on the
court
fact
leads
that there's
there.
already been one civil standby.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, my co-counsel is appearing.
I see. My concern is asking for another civil standby. I know that the police departments are reluctant to do multiple returns to the premises. So I will say, the complainant in this case, Ms. Brandy Hamilton, will take Mr. Hamilton's driver's license, social security card, ID, social security paperwork, and anything else that he specifically delineates to Mr. Hadley in the breakout room right now. Mr. Hadley, if you will relay that information to Ms. Mandernack. I understand that Mr. Hamilton, you cannot get everything that you are requesting from the property, but these things that you must have, think about the things that you must have before this July 25th return date with Judge Oakley. Give it to Mr. Hadley in the breakout. Mr. Hadley will email it or relay it to Ms. Mandernack. If the complainant fails to provide these items, that might be a conversation that brings this matter back to court before the 25th of July. We are all on the same page, Ms. Mandernack.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor, thank
Hadley.
you.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, you're going to go into the breakout room with Mr. Hadley. You'll convey that list of required items to him right now. You do not need to come back in this main session. Mr. Hadley will convey that to Ms. Mandernack, and today is Wednesday. If it's just paperwork and bare minimal things that don't require major production to get it there, I would suggest that your complainant get it to the police department within the next 48 hours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
I will-
Mr. Hamilton, if the things are in the house, not in a way that's readily apparent to someone other than yourself, I would say provide some information about this thing is in this place so that we're not back having this conversation about, I didn't know where to find it or I didn't know where to look for it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please go into the breakout with Mr. Hadley, and when he's done with you, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
And again,
Thank you.
I do apologize, Your Honor, for being late.
Don't apologize, Mr. Hamilton. I understand this technology is interesting, to say the
Right.
least.
All right. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Josh, do you want me to stick around, or do you want to?
I can call you if you want when we wrap up.
Okay, perfect. You have my cell number.
I know I do somewhere.
I can email it to you.
Don't give it hell out. Hang on here. Just wanna-
Oh, no, I'm not about to give it out via Zoom.
Chat it to him or whatever. Marianne, it's 11:43 by my clock. There are some live exams ready to go. We're going to take a 5-minute just so you and I can get a little nutrition and some hydration.
All right. I'll just get it.
Thanks. Let them know that we're going to start exams, 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good
Thank you,
day.
Your Honor, for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank
Ms.
you all.
Maynard,
And thank
will
you
you
for
just
being patient. with,
in
the
our
appearance of
chat,
Metro
will you
Council.
private chat that for me so I have it accessible? I don't know where I saved it at.
Yeah, I'm just going to email it to you right now because I don't know how to do private
Sounds good.
chat.
Let's do that. Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to be moving into a breakout room. Accept that invite when you see it pop up, okay?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm here all four of them. You have, this one? Yes, I'm on that one.
You know if the mom is showing up?
Yeah, she said she was. It's not a doctor.
Let's see. I have you on the triple? Is that yours? No, that's a lot of this.
Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah, Chris Chavez, that's the triple. This one. It's coming, right?
Yep. Yep. You guys have the video interview?
I got it. You just sent it over. It's fine.
Mr. Boone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We're doing them out of order, sir. My apologies. This is 220814FY. This is State of Michigan versus Carl Boone. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor, I didn't book the hearing on behalf of the people, P6266.
Good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592. Appearing on behalf of Mr. Carl Boone, who stands to my right. Mr. Boone, state your full name.
Carl Wayne Boone.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. In this matter, there is count one, assaulting, resisting, obstructing police officer. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, and the people have extended the offer of attempt RNO in this case, and I believe Mr. Boone would take that.
Yes, our understanding is it's offer of attempting, resisting, obstructing an officer with a sentence that would not extend Mr. Boone's current MDOC sentence. He's parole eligible in about a year. So as long as the offer is with a sentencing agreement to less time than he has left, then I believe Mr. Boone would accept that offer.
Do you need to speak to him?
Thank you very much.
Bye, Mr. Hadley.
Oh, Judge Martin, thank you. Sorry, I didn't know you're still in there. Thank you.
I have spoken with Mr. Boone, and I guess that is, does the offer contain a sentencing agreement?
Yes.
Yes, then yes.
You didn't sound sure. It didn't sound as if you all had gone over the sentence agreement. And I want to make sure that you had the opportunity to have that conversation with Mr. Boone. If you need more time or if you're ready to proceed.
Why don't I just briefly have a.
Absolutely.
We're ready to proceed, and Mr. Boone is ready to.
Thank you. Mr. Boone, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Boone, you understand that we were scheduled this morning for your preliminary examination where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And although that's why we're here this morning, the parties appear to have reached an agreement that you will tender a plea of guilty to the reduced count of attempted assaulting, resisting, obstructing police officer.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind in this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty. Mr. Boone, before I ask anything else of you, I know we had this conversation when this matter was scheduled back on March 29th. There is note in the file, but I want to place on the record this afternoon that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about this case, doesn't know that it's scheduled, and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. Mr. Martin previously indicated that that did not pose a issue for the defense. Mr. Martin, does that remain true and accurate this afternoon?
I have no issue with that.
Thank you. Mr. Boone, is it true that on July 31st, 2021, in Van Buren Township, you encountered an officer of the police department, that being Andrew Fidel and Mark Buckberry, and that you did attempt to assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger these police officers when you knew or had reason to know that these two officers were performing their official duties?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martin, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Nothing further.
Satisfied?
The people are satisfied.
Satisfied, Mr. Martin. Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Boone, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of attempting, obstructing, resisting, assaulting police officer. Mr. Martin, you previously indicated that there was a sentence agreement between you and Mr. Bukva. It's been a long morning. You and Mr. Bukva, that any sentence in this matter would not exceed Mr. Boone's remaining state time.
That's correct. And I don't think we put a specific time on that, but we could. yeah,
Let's
there's a
put a
time.
specific time on there.
Yes. 6-month concurrent would not extend Mr. Boone's custody in MDOC.
Do you need a moment to speak to him, or are we prepared to proceed? Thank you.
Mr. Boone understands and accepts that.
Thank you. And based on your comments, Mr. Martin and Mr. Bukva, the court will conclude that you're asking for immediate sentencing in this matter.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Boone, as just indicated by Mr. Martin, the court will impose a sentence of 6 months to be served concurrent to your existing state time. That will be the entirety of your sentence for this case. Anything else on behalf of the people? Anything else on behalf of the defendant? Anything else, Mr. Boone? Thank you, sir. You have a good day. Good luck to you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's been a long morning already.
I got tongue tied. I'm sorry. The 11 o'clock,
Is that Jamal Taylor?
That's Mr. Taylor.
correct?
Another plea.
No.
I didn't get into this job to plead everyone out, but sometimes it's the best solution.
It is, if the parties can work in agreement. Mr. Kearney, we're waiting for him to come back for Lawrence. I never did see that prosecutor, though.
What for, is that the?
It
assault
was-
and attempted murder?
Yes,
I thought it was just a general track. I wasn't sure if it was my notes didn't indicate a special prosecutor.
but you're not in the donut eating contest. Is that the story? That's not you?
No.
You sure?
What I say?
I thought it was a special, Mr. Bukva. I thought it was, you said general track, I think, when I asked, but Mr. Kearney was here. It's Garrett Garcia.
Gary Garcia would have been the person who signed the warrant. He's the chief of our warrants department.
So you are doing Lawrence.
I'm not doing warrants.
Who's doing Lawrence? Lawrence, not Warrants, Lawrence with an
yes,
L.
I'm doing Lawrence, yes.
So when were you here when Mr. Kearney was here?
I believe I might have been in a breakout room.
Okay.
trying to Handle the backlog.
He's doing a murder exam. And so we said 12 o'clock, between 12 and 12:30 is when they're gonna take their break. So he'll come on
Excellent.
and we'll schedule, I think he was trying to schedule an exam, but I thought it was a special, we we're gonna schedule on the off day. I don't know that I want to schedule a case like this on a regular Wednesday docket. We can. 6 and 1, half dozen the other. Mary
I
Ann
think
will get
it's a
it.
Media case either way, so I think
You think it's a what?
a media case. I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not.
I don't know what a media case
Oh, just
means.
it's on the news. It was like big in the news.
Yeah, that happens until something else worse happens,
Understood. Understood.
unfortunately. And I think we're all full on the 26th of July, so it would be August the 2nd.
Okay.
Just as an aside, we'll circle back to it when Mr. Kearney pops on.
Sure.
This is 230142 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jamal Taylor. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Book, appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service, Kerry Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jamal Taylor, who stands to my right. Mr. Taylor, state your full name.
Jamal Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. I'm wonderful. How are you? Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, retail fraud, first degree. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, and the people have extended the offer of retail fraud second under MCL 750.356D as in dog.
And that is my understanding of the offer with a sentence agreement to 30 days jail, which would run concurrent with Mr. Taylor's sentence at the Macomb County Jail that he's serving right now, followed by a period of probation where he would be directed to complete drug treatment and any other conditions the court may impose. I will say that Mr. Taylor, upon release from his Macomb County sentence, anticipates enrolling at Dawn Farms, which is a sober living and outpatient drug treatment facility in Ann Arbor. And he says he can get his job back. He used to work at a restaurant in Ann Arbor called Detroit Filling Station, and he should have a job back there once he's released. So I do think Mr. Taylor is set up for success under this agreement, as long as that is the agreement extended.
That is the agreement, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, before I ask anything of your client, there is no note in the file, which is unusual, but it happens from time to time. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband has no input on how this court rules. He doesn't know that Mr. Taylor's case is scheduled this afternoon. Do you need to talk to Mr. Taylor before we proceed?
Just so he understands. We have no issue with that.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that we're here this afternoon for preliminary examination where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having an opportunity to speak to Mr. Martin regarding the charges you face and the possible penalties, it's your desire and intention to plead guilty to the reduced count of retail fraud second degree this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this afternoon, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor, is it true that on March 13th, 2023, you entered the Menards in Van Buren Township, and you took items from the shelf in the store that were available to the public for sale, and you passed all points of entry without making payment for the items that you removed from the shelf? And the value of that property would have been, I thought I saw the amount in here.
Under 200 to 1,000.
200 to 1,000.
$200 to $1,000, sir.
Yes. Yes, Your
Satisfied, Mr. Martin?
Satisfied, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Bookva?
Honor. Satisfied, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of retail fraud second degree. As previously indicated by both Mr. Bookva for the prosecution and Mr. Martin, your defense attorney, there is a sentence agreement that implies that there will be immediate sentencing in this matter, and that sentence will be that you will serve 30 days in jail concurrent to your current sentence with the Macomb County Jail, and that upon your release from Macomb County, you will be on probation with this court, which will include you entering drug treatment with Dawn Farms.
Yes.
Additionally, you will follow all recommendations and courses of treatment set forth by Dawn Farms. Your probation in this court will be 6 months after your discharge from Macomb County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, thank you for your patience. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I know. I do this I'm in.
Dr. Miller?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Court's in session, and you're unmuted. What are you here for this afternoon?
I am here to support my niece, who I believe is coming up soon.
Who is your niece, ma'am?
Samara Lawrence.
Mute yourself, please.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. I'm about to hand it to you in 1 second. Thank you. It is August 2nd, the next available date. Thanks.
Yep, it's August 2nd, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Twelve o'clock? Almost. The 12 o'clock is 12:10.
We'll see what we can do.
They're both the next three are Mr. Martin, so,
Oh, they are?
yeah,
Okay, cool.
thanks. Mary Ann? Would you please? Thank you. This is 230148FY. This is State of Michigan versus Nicole Gardner. May I have your appearance, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P8626.
And good afternoon, Judge Martin. Good afternoon to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592. Appearing on behalf of Ms. Nicole Gardner, who stands to my right. Ms. Gardner, state your full name.
Nicole Catherine Gardner.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count one, stealing, retaining without consent of a financial transaction device, and count two, possession of a financial transaction device. Are the people ready to proceed this afternoon?
Yes, Judge, we are.
Defense ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed. However, we will be waiving the exam.
Ms. Gardner, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Martin, and you understand that today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Martin, you wish to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, are you doing that freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Officer Brooks is going to come grab this file off of the ledge. He's going to bring it to you. Mr. Martin will sign it. You will sign it indicating that you have freely and voluntarily waived your right to have the exam. The file will then go to the prosecutor. If he has no objections, he'll sign it as well. Ma'am, you have a warrant or you're here to testify in another matter? As soon as we get done with Ms. Gardner, I'll have you come up and get you sworn in. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gardner, the file has been returned to the court bearing both your signature, that of Mr. Martin, and that of Mr. Bukva. As previously indicated, once you waive your right to have that preliminary examination, the court binds you over to the Wayne County Circuit Court. The next step in these proceedings will be your arraignment on the information, which will happen on July 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing.
Thank you. Ms. Gardner, if that concludes your matter with this court, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. July the 5th, that's 2 weeks, right? They changed this form and you write the same date 3 times on a single piece of paper. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world to me. You ready? I'm ready whenever you are. The what?
Oh, you're not?
Do you swear to affirm the contents of the affidavit are true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Okay. They're 2 different cases. Really? Do people not understand how cameras work? I don't think so either. I don't get it. Oh. Where's the?
Did I mix them up?
No. I'm looking for it to look a different way. You're fine. Yeah, I'm used to just looking different. That's all. That's the story. You can't even keep a straight face, but okay.
Yes.
You had all day. You could have come up with something better. But
Now this
name has come up before in reference to the same. You obviously have not gotten any better at it if you're here with us right now. Do me a favor. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're back on track if our 12:30 case is ready. No, what's your 1230 case?
Not here. The phone number I have for him is disconnected. So.
No, 1245.
Thankfully, I'm not on 12:45.
No, I call the case, the 1230 case at 1245. Yep.
And then we're trying to figure out the 1 o'clock. My client is the one at MUSC, it's not here. So, gonna figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you being here, Wendy.
Yeah, that's way right.
I don't know. There, I've heard them say the name Jada Bunch on over there. It seems like they're on I don't know if you see, trying to figure that out. Well, 10 minutes. I can't judge.
You know, sometimes it's hard. You guys' schedules are a lot more difficult than ours in terms of balance.
I don't envy you guys having like 800 cases per day, but they tend to be insane.
They're in the same spot, so it's like pros and cons.
Yeah.
You ever thought about, do you think you'll be with NDS your whole career? You'll branch off at some point?
What I want to do is eventually either join a small firm or start one where I can keep doing criminal, but also do immigration. I did immigration all before this.
Yeah.
The Michigan Rights Center.
That's right.
And I really liked it, and I want to get back to doing some of that work.
Immigration laws. I kind of dabbled, not in terms of practice, but in terms of receiving the help from the side of immigrant. Like it's it really interested me. I'd like to probably do the same thing. I think being and just like having something that I can build myself. So it's kind of
And this is awesome. They kind of get money where no object. I would say that forever. And actually, they pay good. Like and you guys basically poached me from Merck, Michigan Human Rights Center, which is an awesome place. It's just like bottom of the barrel legal aid salary, and now I'm like further up in the barrel of legal aid salaries, which is good, but it's still like I got 2 kids and I, need to support them somehow.
my wife managed that family, and there's no way I could get out of hospital. Maybe it was easier 10 years ago, but the salary not changing. Before like inflation,
Like you need, like if you're gonna have a family on that salary, you need like 2 full-time working parents. But the problem with that is that requires full-time daycare, which costs. So my wife is a nurse at St. Joe's, but she's cut back her hours since having kids, which allows us to like not have total full-time childcare, but also cuts down our salaries.
Yeah, that's a whole. We're really like so. Kids aren't like laying out for us, but like we both really like kids. It's just like, you think about it, you see like I have nephews and they're like adorable, and then it's just like, oh shit, kids are expensive. We don't realize how expensive.
Really expensive. Yeah. It's a good time.
That's what everyone does.
My life is, I would not call my life chill. My kids are about to turn 3 and 1.
Oh,
yeah.
So I have boy and girl, boy.
Boys. They actually have the same birthday, 2 years apart. So just 6 days here is the double birthday. We get double birthday party. Right. But we're gonna treat that as like the national holiday in our household.
Is the 3-year-old jealous, upset in any way that little brother is not kind of taking his day?
I don't think he understands it fully yet. I think that's going to happen. They get along really well, but also like when the baby like starts to play with his toys.
Come on, that's largely a person.
I know where to report you. Yeah. No, they've also
You haven't heard from Blaze.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, I know I can definitely consider it as like an expert to hire through MIDC or through Wayne County or something. In terms of the MIDC appointment system, I don't. We were looking into whether I could automatically get appointed Spanish cases, yes, and for some reason that wasn't possible. So now when those cases come in.
Sorry.
No, talk amongst yourselves. 230147 FY State of Michigan versus Christopher Dean Calhoun. Your appearances, please.
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service, Terry Martin, P 84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Christopher E. Calhoun, who is not present.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. This matter was scheduled for an in-person preliminary examination in this matter at 12:30. It's now 12:56 by the court's clock. Any explanation for your client's failure to appear, sir?
No explanation. I had contact with him about a month ago over the phone. That phone number was disconnected on my recent attempts. I cannot speak to where he is.
Mr. Bukva,
The people were motion for a case, Your Honor.
thank you. The court will note for the record that when this exam was scheduled back on March 29, 2023, Mr. Calhoun was present and was advised of the date, time, and location of that exam. The court is looking at the virtual courtroom. There is no one responding to the court call, no one by the last name of Calhoun. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue in this matter 5,000, 10%. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Martin and Mr. Buka.
Thank you, Judge.
The 1 o'clock,
I believe we're still waiting on the other two press.
We're sorting out that mess.
And DOC is also an issue.
Yeah. We'll see whether the attorneys or the MDOC.
and Mr. Martin, do you have Mr. Kearney's cell phone number?
Please.
We are waiting for him to take a recess in his homicide exam because Miss Lawrence, I know, but I know you have stuff to do. If you want to grab your files.
Yeah, I can.
We haven't heard back from him regarding his break, so we could get this PCC done. Miss Lawrence has family members who have been holding all day to.
Okay. I'll call her.
Just text him. I don't want to call him and upset him in another matter.
Can I do that here in the courtroom, or would you like me back on the store?
Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. If he pops on while we're doing the 1 or the 1:30, I will take a pause in that so we could get the family members released.
Great.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yep. That's all we said as far as I know. You guys had it? No, I just had it. I gotta save this. All right. 34th District Court's now in session. You have Melissa Martin presiding.
May be seated. Did you hear back from Mr. Kearney?
I have not.
Thank you. I'm still trying to deal with the 8:30 straggler. These are 230129 State of Michigan versus Jason Chris, 230132 FY State of Michigan versus Carmichael Chavez, and 230133 FY State of Michigan versus Tynesha Lockhart. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P86266. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service, Kerry Martin, P8459, appearing on behalf of Mr. Carmichael. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tyrone Rook on behalf of Ms. Tynesha Lockhart. My right.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, PA1830. I'm here on behalf and for Jason Chris.
Thank you. These matters were scheduled this afternoon for preliminary examination when the parties appeared back on March 29, 2023. We had a conversation regarding the need or desire of the parties to appear and proceed jointly, and as much as there was a single nexus in this matter. The court has received information that Mr. Chavez has not been transported here since we were last here. He's been transferred, I believe the story is, to Saginaw County Jail, and was not transported here this afternoon. Mr. Bookva, are the people prepared to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Ms. Kraus, are you prepared to proceed on behalf of your client?
I am, Your Honor, but I would respectfully request an adjournment on behalf of my client for the sake of keeping all three defendants together.
Mr. Rucker?
Your Honor, I am prepared to proceed. Whatever the court wants to do, it's easier to conduct it with all three defendants, that's fine. I can proceed today, but whatever the court, I will go with, I'm just here, whatever you guys want to do.
Mr. Rucker, the court takes no position. My officer, Officer Brooks, asked the parties what the intention was, and no one gave him an answer, which is why I had him bring everyone in the courtroom, because I'm here. I'm prepared to have an exam in this matter. It doesn't matter to me if you're 3 or 1. It's up to the parties how they wish to proceed. If you wish to proceed with Ms. Lockhart solely, that's fine. If however you all want to work it out. If you want to adjourn as indicated by Ms. Kraus, we'll adjourn the matter over. If the 3 of you want to proceed, if this is a joint agreement, or if you want to proceed separately, court takes no position.
I have 1 second.
You can have more than a second. can have a lot more than a moment. If you, do you want to step out? Do you want me to step out? Eight two at 1 PM. Is that where we are?
Yes.
Or if Judge Oakley has space next week
For PCC.
for exam, it didn't even occur to me. Ugh, shoot. It didn't even occur to me. Let's get Heather. And let's see. I'm looking at his docket for next week. It didn't occur to me before. We could have used that this morning. I meant to ask him earlier. It looks like, oh, he has an exam scheduled at 2. Yeah, next week looks pretty busy for him. Mr. Rucker.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. After speaking with my client, she would like to hold her commitment there today. Really great fan today.
Thank you. Ms. Kraus.
Judge, I am respectfully asking an adjournment and to be set on the same date as.
Mr. Chavis. This court's next available date is August the 2nd at 1 PM. Mr. Bukva, do you take any position in this matter?
No, whatever's easier for the parties in the court.
Absolutely.
Currently set for jury trial that begins on the 1st. I don't know the potential for settlement at this time. We maybe, is the court available on August 9th?
No, ma'am. This courtroom does 2 weeks of criminal and then no more criminal for 4 weeks. We will be on again on September the 6th. Do you want to have a chat?
Your Honor, I just spoke to my client, September 6th is fine.
Mr. Martin?
I see no other option.
You always have options. What options do you want to exercise?
No, September 6th is fine. Yeah, I just know that my client is the MDOC customer.
There is something you can, we can do. The court's here. I'm here Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. We don't have a prosecutor from county except one day. So it's not lack of effort to get him here.
Judge, if we want to set it for the 2nd, and I can keep Mr. Chavis's counsel up to date on what's going to happen with that jury trial, and if needed, we can move it then.
I'm good with that.
So we're looking at Chris and Chavis on August the 2nd at 1 PM.
Yes.
The only thing, Ms. Kraus, this court's concern is that just as we rotate these criminal dockets, we have a limited number of exam dates. And with you starting a jury trial on the 1st and you call it to a Wednesday morning and say, we're not going to be there, it's fine, it happens. And I understand Mr. Martin's position, so I'll stop talking. Mr. Chris, we will see you back here on August the 2nd, 2023 at 1 p.m. live in courtroom number 1. Your previously entered bond with any of its conditions will continue. Likewise, Mr. Martin, Mary Ann will take the information related to Mr. Chavis and convey that information to the appropriate body to get Mr. Chavis here for his August 2nd, 2023 at 1 p.m. live exam.
Thank you, Judge.
And then the last thing was Mr. Martin, I have a note, and Mr. Chavis still has not been arraigned in this case, and I don't know how that's happened. I know his appearance was waived when you appeared on his behalf back on March 29th, and that's something we'll take up on August 2nd. But Ms. Kraus, your client, Mr. Chris, owes the court $276 on a completely unrelated matter. He needs to stop in the downstairs and speak to someone in the collections department to either pay that $276 in its entirety or make payment plan on it. Anything else, Mr. Martin?
No.
Anything else, Ms. Kraus?
Yes, Judge, I just have one thing. If this court could check to see if Mr. Chris's lien has been updated to show that he is not in warrant status. He indicated to me that he was taken into custody again on this matter. Does it show that he has outstanding warrant for this matter?
I don't see where he was in warrant status with this court, but I will hand the file to Mary Ann and she can look into it.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, anything else? Ms. Kraus, other than checking the status of the warrant?
Nothing.
And then are we prepared to begin with Ms. Lockhart?
The people are ready, yeah.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Bukla?
Just to be sure of sequestration of witnesses, Your Honor, with the exception of officer in charge who's in the courtroom here today.
Oh, sorry, Mary Ann. Anything else, Mr. Rucker?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We additionally had the conversation that this court did disclose back on March 29, 2023, that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case, doesn't know that it's scheduled today, and has no impact or influence on how this court rules. Mr. Rucker, you previously indicated that that would not be an issue and you would be prepared for exam. Does that remain the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Other than the mutual order of sequestration, other than the OIC in this case, Mr. Bukla, if you will retrieve your first witness, please. Oh,
Of course, Your Honor. Call Ms. Chanel Rose.
Mary Ann, I know that Mr. Bukla's gone, but we are proceeding solely on 230133 FY, State of Michigan versus Tynesha Lockhart. Ma'am, if you would come up to this podium right here in the middle for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
Chanel Dowdy.
And then spell them both, first and last.
I'm sorry. CHANELLE Doughthy.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Please come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you or she's having difficulty hearing you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay? You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record one more time?
Chanel Doughty.
And Chanel, I'm gonna just get right into it here. I'm gonna direct your attention back to February 25th of 2023. Were you at the location of 10889 Belleville Road? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that in the city of, the township of Van Buren, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
And what is at that location?
Qdoba.
Qdoba is, what relation do you have to that Qdoba?
I'm a tea lead there.
Oh, so you're employed at that Qdoba?
Yes.
And you said you're a team lead?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to just around 11:30 p.m. that evening. Were you working at that location at that time?
Yes.
Were you working alone or with anybody else?
I was working with other people.
How many other people?
3.
Do you know the names of those 3 people?
Yes.
What were the names of those 3 people?
Jalen, Dominic, and Justin.
And so what are you doing at 11:30 p.m. at the Qdoba?
We had just closed, so we were cleaning.
Is that what you were doing as well?
Yes.
Did anything happen while you were cleaning?
Yes.
What happened when you were cleaning?
While we were cleaning, we heard somebody ringing the back doorbell and banging on the door. We went to the back door to see who it was, but there was no response. And so they came to the side door and we finally saw who it was.
Okay, so did you see who it was?
Yes.
Did you recognize the people?
Yes.
How many people were there?
2.
Do you know the names of those people?
Yes.
What are the names of the 2 people that you saw?
Jason and Carmichael.
Okay. So what did you do when you saw this Jason and Carmichael at that time?
I walked away from the door and contacted my district manager.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do next?
I proceeded to clean and they broke in through the back door. I don't know how they got in.
Objection, Your Honor. She's making a legal analysis. She could have broken into the back door and went back.
All right, yeah, she's essentially just saying that they entered the location at the time the location was locked. I don't think she's making any sort of legal conclusion.
Something else, Mr. Rucker?
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought you were waving to say something additionally. The objection is overruled, ma'am. You may respond.
So you said, I believe you stopped and you said they broke in, but you didn't know how. So who specifically broke in or entered that Qdoba at that time?
Jason and Carmichael.
Did either of those people have permission to be in there at the time?
No.
So what did you do when they entered the location without permission?
Well, when they came in, one of them had a BB gun. He started shooting at everybody.
Well, let me stop right there.
So-
Did you see which one had the BB gun?
Yes.
Who had the BB gun?
Jason.
Okay, and you said he was shooting at everybody. What do you mean by that?
So in the building, like I said, it was me, Jalen, Dominic, and Justin. He kind of just started shooting at all of us. I was the closest, so I got shot at the most.
Well, where were you shot specifically? Where on your body were you hit by this BB gun?
It hit me everywhere, face, body, legs, everywhere.
So what's going through your head during this time?
I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. My mind couldn't fully register what was happening. I just know that I was scared. These are people that I trusted, so I was truly terrified at what was going on.
So you just told us what you observed Jason doing. Did you observe the other individual, Carmichael? Did you see him do anything?
Yes,
What did you see him do?
started picking up the food and stuff that was sitting inside of our line and throwing it, and just kind of started destroying the place.
Where was he throwing the food?
Towards the lobby.
So what do you do while this is going on?
Well, I was trying to get my mind to register what was going on, and then I was going to call the police. I called the cops after they did leave.
So they did leave at some point?
Yes.
Did you observe anything when they left?
When they left, they were walking out towards the back door. They were still throwing stuff, and that's when Tynesha entered the building.
This person who you said Tynesha, who entered the building, do you see this person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you please point to them and identify them by an article of clothing?
It's right there. She's wearing a red, looks like a dress.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you said she entered the restaurant. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
Did she have permission to enter the restaurant?
No.
So what if anything, did she do when she entered?
She came in, I'm guessing she came in to retrieve Jason and Carmichael. And when she entered, she said some things to me also.
What did she say to you?
She said, and I quote, "I should beat your ass and you're an op-ass bitch."
What did you do when she said that to you?
I just walked away. I couldn't really say anything. I didn't know what to say to that.
How did you feel when she said that to you?
Angry, scared, betrayed.
Did anything happen after she said that to you?
No, she then proceeded to exit the building, and that's when I proceeded to call the cops and get in contact with my district manager at the time.
Thank you. Judge, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Rucker.
Yes. Doughty, is that how you pronounce your name?
Doughty.
Doughty. You indicated that you're a team lead.
Yes.
What exactly is a team lead?
It's like a manager. Basically, you're supervising the shifts, making everything runs accordingly.
Are you a manager?
Still, yes.
Is a team lead considered a manager?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the two people that came in, you said Carmichael and Jason? Okay. Was Jason a manager?
At the time, he was no longer working there.
Okay, so you're saying, when was he terminated?
He wasn't terminated. He quit about 2 to 3 weeks before the situation happened.
You said Jason had quit?
Yes.
Did he offer his letter of termination to you or letter of resignation to you?
He didn't offer it to me. That would go to the general manager.
And did you get a memo that he had since ceased or severed ties with Qdoba?
I'm sorry?
Was there a memo sent out that he had severed ties with Qdoba?
Yes, I knew that he had left.
Because of a memo?
I was told yes.
Okay, you were told, but you didn't see anything in writing?
No.
Okay. Now, have they ever played this game before with this, you described it as a BB gun? Had this game ever been played ever before?
No.
You would never see, have you ever heard of employees playing this game coming in?
No.
So that's just, you've never heard of that?
No.
And would something like that be tolerated?
No.
Okay. Do you typically work the evening shift?
At the moment, I've been working mostly evenings, but I alternate between all shifts, morning, evenings, mid.
Okay. And so, are there cameras there?
Yes.
And what do the cameras take a picture of, or what do they survey?
We have a couple that points towards different areas, and I think it's recording 24/7.
What are the areas?
As far as I know, there's one pointed towards the front door, side door. There's one just outside our back door. There's one pointed towards our line. We have a prep area that is pointed towards, and our middle kitchen, and that's all I really know about.
Okay, so at least 4 to 6 cameras.
Just about.
Okay. Now, you indicated Ms. Lockhart, did she come inside or did she open the door or was she? And I just want to be clear on it. You said she actually came and walked in?
I do not know how she got in, but when I looked up, she was inside the building
Where at?
by the side door.
So was she like right inside the side door?
Yes.
And you indicated she came to retrieve the other two people you mentioned, correct?
Mhm.
How do you know she came to retrieve them?
Because
What
she
did
said, and I quote, "I'm trying to get Jason and, well, we called them CJ, out of the building."
And that's what she said, correct? That's what she said to you. Was she successful in getting them out?
They were already walking out by the time she entered.
And then she left with them?
Mhm.
All right. So you indicated she came to retrieve them, correct? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you make a statement or did you write a statement?
Yes, I wrote a statement.
Did you write a statement that night?
That night, no.
How come you didn't write a statement that night? Did you recall?
That night, my mother came to pick me up and I just went home. I didn't really want to be out anymore. I just wanted to go home and go to sleep at that time. But I did eventually write a statement.
Okay. Now, you said there were other employees there too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they shot, if you know of, with this BB gun?
As far as I know, yes, they were.
And are they still employed there?
No.
Okay. And who were they? Who were the other two people that were there?
There were three, and it was Jalen, Dominic, and Justin.
That's two.
No, Jalen, Dominic, and Justin. There were three people
Oh,
there.
there were three people.
Yes.
And do any of those three still work there?
No.
Were they managers?
I think two of them were becoming a manager, and the other one was just a team member.
Okay. And was that their last day of working? Do you know the night this incident happened?
Yes, they did not return after that.
Okay. And yeah, my client, Ms. Lockhart, did you see her pick up any food or throw any food?
No.
Did you see her throw any utensils?
No.
Okay, you indicated your testimony was she came in to retrieve the other two that came in and allegedly did those things, correct?
Yes.
No? Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Any redirect, Mr. Bukwa?
Briefly, Your Honor. Just a couple questions. You said, you quoted earlier something that Ms. Lockhart had said. And you just on cross-exam testified that she was inside by the side door. Is that correct?
Yes.
How far away from her were you at that time?
When she first entered, I want to say 20, 30 feet maybe.
And when she said what she said to you, were you at that same distance away?
No, I want to say I was about maybe 10 feet or less away from her.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Dowdy, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. You may step down. Your next witness,
No other witnesses, Your Honor. The people will rise.
any witness? Argument.
Yes, of course, Judge. The people are moved to bind over Ms. Tanisha Lockhart on count one, and then obviously the misdemeanor counts would follow. As we heard from Ms. Doty, or Dowdy, she identified Ms. Lockhart as coming kind of at the end of all of these events. And she does say that she enters that building, that she doesn't have permission to be inside of that building. And that while she's in there, she makes a verbal threat from about 10 feet away, saying that she should beat her ass, to quote, Your Honor. And that, along with the actions of the other two males that she described and named, and what they did, acting in concert with those two males, I believe the people have met their burden today for count one, breaking and entering the building with intent, in this case, to commit an assault, Your Honor. So I believe the people have met their burden and would ask for a bond. Thank you.
Mr. Rucker.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We will be asking that this case against Ms. Dowdy not be bound over.
Not Miss Dowdy.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lockhart, I'm sorry. We be asking that this case against Ms. Dowdy not be, against Ms. Lockhart not be bound over. Your Honor, the statute is very clear. And if you will, a person breaks and enters with intent to commit a felony or larceny therein, a tent hotel, and they go in and describe the building. In this case, although we would argue it was not an assault, but that's for argument. But even if it were an assault, that's a misdemeanor. And it would have to be an assault with intent to commit a sexual act, assault to do something else. But assault in and of itself does not meet the requirement, even if you look at jury instructions. It has to be a specific intent crime. Perhaps had they tried to charge her with an MDOP and the amount exceeded maybe $1,000, or this court might deem that the fact that it was a specific intent crime, that would be enough to bind it over. But again, the MDOP, which she's not charged with now, although initially she was, that's a specific intent, but not an assault. She came in, we would argue, as the witness testified, to retrieve the wrongdoers. She didn't do anything to her testimony. She came in to get them, and that was it. And then allegedly, she made some statement to her. She didn't raise her fist. She didn't do anything. She simply left. There was no testimony that my client took any steps toward her, did anything like that. She simply left. She came in to get two people that were doing something allegedly. She left, and that was at best. And we can sort that out if it were to get about, but that was assault at best. And as such, it's not what the law says. You gotta be committing a felony therein. There was no testimony that she was committing a larceny. She was taking a tool or even taking a bite of food. It was none of that. She just happened to be there to get the other two co-defendants in this case as specified by the witness. And that's all we had to go on. There's no testimony that she did anything. She did anything. She first testified she was 20 to 30 feet away. And then when opposing counsel asked her again, I don't know, she changed and said, maybe she took some steps toward my client. She had to, she said initially, she maybe came 10 to 11 feet, but there was no reasonable way that my client, who there was no testimony that she was armed, was about to assault her or raise her hand or anything. So I would argue that you don't even have an assault. But if there was an assault, then it doesn't meet the threshold under the statute that they brought this under. And I'd ask that the count of assault, B&E with the count of assault, not be bound over for the reasons set forth. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bukla.
Thank you, Judge. Respectfully, I would disagree with Mr. Rucker on a couple of points that he made. The first of which, Ms. Dowdy didn't change her story when I asked her on the redirect. She said first when she walked in, she was about 30 feet away. But when she said the words, Ms. Lockhart was about 10 feet away. So she didn't flip-flop on that. The second, Your Honor, as I'm reading the statute here on the information, it says did break and enter a shop, Qdoba Restaurant, which we had the venue established on the record, with the intent to commit the crime of larceny, comma, assault, comma, and or malicious destruction of property therein. In this case, Your Honor, there's nothing that requires this to be some sort of assault with any sort of other elements outside of basic assault, which in this case, I would argue she did commit. She was in a location that she had no permission to be in. And when she was in that location, after two other people that she was admittedly with ransacked the place and assaulted multiple other people, she makes a verbal threat about 10 feet away to Ms. Dowdy saying, I should beat your ass. And after everything that just happened to Ms. Dowdy and what she had observed, there was absolutely nothing else she could think other than that she actually didn't mean this threat. So, Your Honor, I believe the people have met their burden here today and would again ask for a finding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The court did have the opportunity to hear the testimony of the witness in this case, Ms. Chanel Dowdy, and will find that the people met their burden as relates to Ms. Lockhart to the felony in this matter of breaking and entering a building with intent. The testimony was clear that Ms. Lockhart had no authorization to be in that building, had no reason to be in the building, as the people in the building were cleaning up after the shift. There are questions that can be taken up downtown regarding what Ms. Lockhart's intent was when she entered the building, given all that had just transpired with the other two people who were there without the permission of the establishment. The next step in these proceedings, Ms. Lockhart will be in arraignment on the information that will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on Wednesday, July 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any of its conditions will continue until that time. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Is there anything else on behalf of Ms. Lockhart?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Ms. Lockhart, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Judge, just so you know, I believe my client, Sir, who just arrived, he sent me a message, the one who we did a case for. I wonder if I can talk to him briefly.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Ken, did she tell you that Ashley had been adjourned? Mary Ann tell you that Ashley had been adjourned? The 1:30 is adjourned, so we're now set for the 2 o'clock unless in good shape. Mary Ann, what's this good shape he talks about?
We're back on time.
Until we see what happens to this.
I think it's good, and I'll leave anything else. I have you on that one. That's just that one. You guys got so many jurisdictions. Now it's just, I mean, it's still insane in the mornings. For me, it's all virtual.
Okay, maybe we fix it for you. I've been there before, so I know your pain.
26 years, I think I have a sidecar.
If not, you see and hang out security. Okay, we need some help.
What kind of training are you guys training off, or is it just like random stuff? They just
Keep forgetting about this, Mary Ann. The Lawrence.
Oh, I can address Lawrence. I can pick a new date for Mr. Carney after he's busy in a trial on that Lawrence case.
Okay. 230147 FY, State of Michigan versus Christopher Dean Calhoun.
Yes, Your Honor. Adam Boatwell appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
And good afternoon, Judge Martin, and to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Christopher Calhoun, who stands to my right. Mr. Calhoun, state your full name. Christopher Dean Calhoun.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. It was scheduled at 12:30. The court called the case at 12:57. Mr. Calhoun, what happened to you, sir?
I worked midnight, like, when I caught this case, I had to find another job, and I got over at 5 this morning, and I called myself trying to do a catnap,
You know that catnap almost cost you a bench warrant.
Yeah, I know, that's why I rushed up there.
Okay. That being the case, Mr. Bookful, there is one count of weapons carrying concealed. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Well, I did send my officers home back, but in this case, Your Honor, there's a plea that I'm extending to defense for to plead guilty to the reduced count of obtaining a pistol without a license, MCL 750.232A. It's a 90-day misdemeanor, with the sentence agreement being 12 months probation with the standard conditions set by the court. And I believe he will accept that from my conversations with him.
Yes, I've spoken to Mr. Calhoun about that offer, and I'm prepared to accept that offer.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that you were scheduled today for a preliminary examination where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
But you've had the opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. Martin, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And it's your intention this afternoon to plead guilty to the reduced count I wrote it down.
Obtaining a pistol without a
Obtaining a
license.
pistol without a license. I wrote down the MCL, obtaining a pistol without a license.
Yes.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this afternoon, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Calhoun, is it true that on March 14, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you obtained a pistol without the proper permit?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martin, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied.
Mr. Bukva, are the people satisfied?
People are satisfied. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Calhoun, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of, is it reduced count or added count? How do I have to do it the right way? The added count of obtaining a pistol without a license and dismiss the original felony charge.
Yes.
It's a wording thing,
I believe
Mr.
that's right,
Calhoun.
Because it's not a lesser included.
It's an added count of obtaining a pistol without a license and dismiss the original charge of carrying a concealed weapon. That being the case, and the prosecutor and Mr. Martin indicating that there was an agreement that although this is a 90-day misdemeanor, that you'll be placed on 12 months of probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other conversation or agreement between the parties?
That was all, Your Honor, and I understand the conditions set by the court, didn't want to step on the court's toes with seconds.
What are you requesting?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What are you requesting? You say whatever the court orders, you don't want to step on my toes. These aren't my toes. This is your case and Mr. Martin's case.
I understand, Judge. I was always instructed that sentencing was to be handled by the court. and
But
I-
you have recommendations, as does Mr. Martin.
Yes, Your Honor, and our recommendation was a 12 months probation. Anything else, leave it at the court's discretion.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
And I was just seeking 12 months probation with standard conditions, not onerous reporting requirements that would disrupt Mr. Calhoun's work schedule. But yeah, he's prepared to be in contact with probation and not have monthly appointments or anything like that.
So you're looking for 12 months of non-reporting probation.
Well, I know at 36 District, it's often 12 months. It's reporting probation, but the first time is an in-person check-in, and then it's just a couple phone calls. I'm not sure exactly how the 34th District Court's probation handles that, whether they consider that non-reporting or reporting probation. Of course, if you're willing to impose non-reporting probation, which I know your colleague Judge Oakley has done, we would have no objection to that.
Were you sharing some information? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Calhoun, this is what we will do. The court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $200, $75 crime victims fee, $50 state cost, and $20 fund fee. Will place you on 12 months of non-reporting probation. Incur no new criminal offenses. Respond to any attempts at contact from the probation department. Keep the court aware of any change in address or phone number, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Bukva?
Nothing from the people, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Calhoun, that concludes this matter. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dudley Martinez. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Mr. Martin, I'll call that Lawrence case. Give me 1 minute.
Thank you.
This is 230405 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Samira Lawrence. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Bookler appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good afternoon, Judge Martin, Neighborhood Defender Service. Carrie Martin standing in for Attorney Blaze Carney on behalf of Mr. Lawrence. Miss Lawrence.
Miss Lawrence.
I apologize.
Thank you. This court caught the case this morning at about 8:58, 9 o'clock, somewhere in there. Mr. Kearney, the attorney of record for Ms. Lawrence, was present, indicated to this court that he was in a homicide trial in a court of higher jurisdiction. That being the case, the court, after consultation with Mr. Kearney, indicated that this court will recall the matter when Mr. Kearney's Third Circuit matter broke, which he projected to be 12 or 12:30. It is now 2:21 by this court's clock. There have been two people. There's now one person present for Ms. Lawrence. We have not seen Mr. Kearney return. This court asked Mr. Martin to inquire. That being the case, that being the record, Mr. Martin, your update, sir.
I can confirm that Mr. Kearney is in a homicide trial that's been going on for several weeks. But he has authorized me to stand in for him today and pick a new date for this case. And I have his calendar in front of me.
Pick a new date, exam, or are you looking to adjourn the PCC?
I think best to adjourn the PCC.
Thank you. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Fine.
Absolutely.
Two weeks, and then that's 3 weeks. Would that take us to
There's nothing left on July 5th, so we're either looking at
July 12th?
I'm sorry, June 28th or July 12th.
12th. And Ms. Lawrence is not in custody.
She is, which is the issue. Wayne County had her on this morning. Is the 20?
It looks like he could do the 20th, as long as this trial is wrapped by that point. Let's do the 20th.
June the 28th at 8:30 a.m. Zoom with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2.
Will that be Zoom if it's with Judge Oakley?
Because she's in custody, yes, sir.
Okay.
If you're live here for some, or Mr. Kearney's live here for something else, that's a horse of a different color. Anything else, Mr. Bupa?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Martin? Thank you. That concludes this matter as relates to Ms. Lawrence. Sir, thank you for staying logged on all day, waiting for that update.
Well, you're welcome. I just need to know what was going on with my niece.
I understand.
I'm still not clear.
Thank you.
So does this mean that she still gets to get out on bond?
No, sir. They've adjourned the case to next week at 8:30, a week from today, and that will be with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Does that mean, because her bond's posted, so does that mean that she still get to get off on bond?
If her bond's been posted, then she should be released and she would appear in person here.
Yes, ma'am. No.
But our
we paid her bond.
indication this morning, oh, I'm sorry, sir. The indication this morning was that she was still in custody.
No, we paid her bond like 4 days ago. She
You
bonded
need to
out.
follow up, sir. You need to follow up because this morning when she was on our screen, she was still in custody.
Oh,
She
yes,
was
ma'am.
in,
Yes,
she was
ma'am.
in the county jail.
They said that what they were gonna do is after we bonded her out, they was gonna put a tether on her, then release her. So
That's why I'm
asking,
saying
is
to
they
you,
still
you
gonna-
should,
I was
I
wondering, are
interrupted
they
you. I'm
still-
sorry, sir.
I apologize. I'm saying that we bonded her out and they said that within 3 to 5 days, they're gonna tether her and then let her go. But she had court, so I'm wondering that whatever happened in that courtroom, which I don't understand, is since we already bonded her out, when she gets tethered, she'll still be free to go until her court date on June 28th.
If those were the only conditions of her bond, sir, yes. Nothing that happened here today will change the bond condition that if she posts, she may be released on GPS tether. That doesn't change.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize for earlier today. And now I know the procedure and the process. And you have a very,
Don't
very, very
apologize
blessed
for
day.
being, no, don't apologize for being a concerned family member, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. This is 230375 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Kyle Dudley Martinez. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Book appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing in person with Mr. Dudley Martinez, who's present and out of custody. Sir, can you please state your full name?
Kyle Joseph Dudley Martinez.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, first-degree home invasion. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. And briefly, before anything else is said, the people would move to amend count 1 to an attempt home invasion in the first degree. And I believe that actually waived as a result.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yes, Your Honor. As an officer of the court, I can tell the court that after speaking with the complaining witness who was present, Ms. Marianne Martinez, in the alleged incident that occurred, Mr. Dudley Martinez never actually made physical entry into the home. It was charged a home invasion first degree because of the surrounding facts around it. But as an officer of the court, I can present to the court that this is in fact should be an attempted home invasion. So I told Mr. Cohen that whether he elected to waive or hold the examination today, I would be making that amendment because I do not believe I can meet the burden for home invasion as it pertains to today.
Mr. Cohen.
Your Honor, I think that's an accurate statement, and I talked to Mr. Dudley Martinez about the possibility of either holding the exam or waiving the exam, and I believe he would prefer to waive the exam at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley Martinez, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that the reason why we're here today is for your preliminary examination, where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime. But after having a conversation with Mr. Cohen, it's your desire to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes.
And sir, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive that exam? Sir, you understand that once you waive the exam, the matter will be bound over for additional proceedings in circuit court. Officer Brooks has the file. There is place on the form for you to sign. The court will find that your waiver of the exam has been freely and voluntarily given. Your attorney will sign, you will sign, and then the prosecutor will sign unless Mr. Bookva has any objection.
No objection. Okay.
Officer Brooks is bringing the file back to me that should bear the signature of Mr. Cohen, Mr. Dudley Martinez, and Mr. Bookva. That being the case, this court will sign the waiver as well and will indicate that Mr. Dudley Martinez will be bound over on attempt home invasion first degree, as the prosecutor has indicated that that is how the matter should be charged going forward with the consent of Mr. Cohen. Mr. Dudley Martinez, your next appearance date for the arraignment on the information will be on July 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Bookva?
No, Judge, thank you. Not from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Dudley Martinez, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Okay. Right now, so you're about to just-
Were you ready with Ms. Davis Sealy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have.
Okay, I sent it to you.
Oh, no, we have to fix that. In 230147 FY, the cost and the fine should be $100 apiece.
Yes.
Judge Martin, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm only stopping you for one moment, just so we're clear. I didn't ignore you. The last time that you were here, I had a screen full of people who had their cases scheduled. I indicated to you that that Ms. Davis Sealy was represented by an attorney. And if you had questions or concerns about the case, you should direct them to him. I further indicated that the court does not respond to documents submitted by non-parties, that the attorneys file things and respond to each other, but that the court does not respond to non-parties to cases.
Let me ask you something. That's my biological brother. He has a right to know, but are you telling me that I don't, you don't have to respond to me by law? Because I'm not.
Ma'am, what I said is that she's represented by an attorney, and that's who you should get communication, be in communication with regarding things within this file.
And also I submitted one yesterday. That's the purpose of the application. I submitted to prosecutors, I submitted to Coleman, and I submitted to you as well, and all the other officers. All officers. Please pay attention. So I'm asking for a lawful rebuttal.
And ma'am, if there are arguments to be made on behalf of your daughter, those arguments are made by her attorneys.
However, she doesn't have to have them because attorney represents a corporation. She's not a corporation. That's an issue. That I mentioned everything in there. And also my daughter received a search warrant, which contrary to the one I received. They identified her as U.S. cattle and property laws expedition, which is an issue. That's why I said officials. I submitted everything in writing, so I wouldn't have to. I have not gotten the mother, whether it's quiet, I don't know, not playing that at all. That's the issue. That's why the communication is very important. Right?
Ma'am, I for the third time will say that anything that has to do with your daughter and how she proceeds in this case comes through her attorney. I'm going to stop responding to you, not because I'm ignoring you, but because the prosecutor and the defense attorney are in the room. And we will now have your Ms. Davis Sealy brought out so that we may begin these proceedings.
Your Honor, can I request a quick sidebar regarding this?
Absolutely.
Before we go on the record?
Absolutely.
Oh, hey. How are you?
Okay. So wait a second, so MDOC still have not approved.
Are you serious?
Yeah, when the time I talked to the control center, you were saying, I'll sit there, you never put it down. So time she gave the written.
I'm sorry, we'll take that up. 2:30, are we ready for 2:30 exam, Ms. Davis Sealy? This is 230387 FY, State of Michigan versus Anaya Davis Sealy. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Adam Book appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P 86151, appearing with Ms. Anaya Davis Sealy, who's present in person and in custody.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Anaya Davis Sealy.
Thank you. Give me one, let me,
It's not on behalf of me. I'm the proceed in my own case.
thank you, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, assault with intent to murder, count 2, assault with intent to murder, count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, count 4, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, count 5, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 6, assault with a dangerous weapon. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the defense is not prepared at this time. I wanted to raise the issue of trial competency at this time. I have a substantial concern.
I object. He is not on behalf of me. Me and Jonathan do not have a contract. So he should not be on my behalf or speaking for me. If the courts want to address me, they can address me.
Ms. Davis Sealy, I will do that. But what happens in this courtroom is that one party at a time speaks. Mr. Cohen will finish speaking and the court will turn to you and you'll have your opportunity to raise whatever issues you want to raise, okay?
But you're trying to put us as one. I am on my own behalf as my own proceed. He cannot speak on my behalf.
I'm not putting you as one. I just indicated to you that he will speak and then I'll turn to you for you to speak.
He's speaking on the record on my behalf, like he's not on the prosecutor's side. He's basically saying he's defending me. He does not have standing on my behalf whatsoever to speak on my behalf in regards to me whatsoever.
Understood, ma'am. Mr. Cohen.
So, Your Honor, again, I have a concern with respect to my client's ability to understand the nature of the proceedings as well as to assist
I object.
counsel.
He just stated I'm his client. I am not his client. And I don't think you understand.
Ms. Davis Sealy, I hear you, but I will ask you not to interrupt him again. When he finishes talking, I'll turn to you and ask for your comments and response, okay? Okay?
I don't think you understand. Like I said, I'm not his client. We don't have a relationship. We don't have a contract. So he keeps saying that I'm his client, and like I said, on my behalf, he's not on my behalf. I don't think you're understanding that. He cannot keep speaking on my behalf.
Did you hear me just say that I heard what you said?
So why do he keep speaking on my behalf?
Did you hear me say that he will finish speaking, then I'll turn to you and you'll have the opportunity to speak?
This is against me, right? So why is Jonathan speaking?
You are the named defendant in this matter.
So
Ms. Davis Sealy, I know, and I've said to you that I will turn to you to address you here momentarily. Okay? He is the attorney of record in this case, and he remains the attorney of record until there's a different order. So if you would give him a second, and I'm gonna ask you please not to interrupt him again. And he'll resume what he's saying, and I'll turn to you for your comment in as much as it seems you want to address the court. We'll get to that in a moment. Mr. Cohen.
Your Honor, again, concerned with respect to her ability to assist in the defense of her case. The second thing that I did want to bring to the court's attention is that Ms. Davis Sealy has indicated to me that she does not want me representing her at this time. And I informed her I would give her the opportunity to express that concern to the court. Thank you.
Your specific request, sir, is?
Ms. Davis Sealy requested to speak to the court about either removing me as her attorney or arguing that I'm not actually her attorney. But again, my primary concern at this point is competency. I did want to inform the court that she wished to address the court with respect to my continued representation of her. But it's my request that the court refer the matter for a competency evaluation. And if at such time she is found competent and if there is a breakdown in communication or a desire on her part not to have me represent her, then that could be brought and would be brought back to the courts. For the court to determine.
Thank you.
I object.
Object to which part, ma'am?
Like I stated, he keeps saying I'm his client, and he's stating that the court, let's go back to the very first court date with Oakley. It was on record that I said I do not want no state attorney to represent me or come on my behalf. He stated just previously that the courts gave him the authority to represent me or come on my behalf. And I stated to him that the courts do not own me and the courts do not have a contract ourselves. So again, who gave him the authority to speak on my behalf?
Mr. Cohen is the attorney of record in this case and remains the attorney of record until there is a further order of the court. At this time, Mr. Cohen has asked for this matter to be referred for an evaluation for competency. Any response or comment from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you saying that you own me and that we have a contract, me and Jonathan have a contract?
I am saying that Mr. Cohen is listed as the attorney of record in this matter.
But who gave him the authority? Who gave the courts the authority to give you the authority over me to speak on my behalf? The state of Michigan of who? Who's speaking for the state of Michigan?
Inasmuch as Mr. Cohen at this time is the attorney of record and has made the request that this matter be referred for a competency evaluation, the court will do that. Competency and criminal responsibility. The people have no objection, that being the case. And Ms. Davis Sealy, you have an absolute right to represent yourself in this matter. And we will address that matter after we have the report back regarding the referrals that have just been made on the record.
Last court appearance, was that a concern?
Was
last court appearance, was that a concern, my competency? Was that a concern in last court appearance?
The last court appearance was the PCC, which was scheduled which occurred last week on June the 14th. And Mr. Cohen, we had a conversation about discovery and the court granted the discovery motion. I don't see that that issue was raised. Mr. Cohen at that time asked for a referral to DSU for your bond to be reviewed, and he had at that time requested that the bond be amended. This court denied that request, and thereafter was a request for the referral to DSU.
So what happened from that Wednesday to this Wednesday that you're questioning my competency? Like,
the court doesn't question. Mr. Cohen raised the issue.
but again,
The referral's now been made.
we don't have a contract. So you're trying to violate my rights by trying to have someone speak for me and move for me. We don't have a contract.
Ms. Davis Sealy, what I indicated to the court was that there's been an issue raised. The court's addressing it by referring this matter for an evaluation. On return of the evaluation, if you wish to discharge Mr. Cohen, we will take that up at your return date.
So my answer's still not, who's the state of Michigan? Who's the speaking part of the state of Michigan?
Who represents the people in a criminal case?
So the prosecutor gave you authority to speak for me? So who did? You said the people is the prosecutor. So again, who's the court? What court? Like, I need a person because you're saying someone gave you authority. Did you, Lisa, give him authority?
I'm sorry, what did you just call me?
Lisa?
We try to be, Ms. Davis Seeley, where we are right now is there's a criminal case. You were arraigned on that criminal case. We had the probable cause conference. Your attorney made a timely motion asking that discovery be preserved and delivered to him. That was ordered last week. He asked that an exam be scheduled. We scheduled the exam for today. The court called the case and asked, was there preliminary matters? And Mr. Cohen has asked that the matter be referred for a competency evaluation. This court has granted that referral. This court has further indicated to you that upon receipt of the report from that evaluation, if you wish to discharge Mr. Cohen, we will take it up at that time. If there's some other information that you wish to present to the court, we will take it up at that time. But until we have the report back, this court cannot go further in these proceedings.
Why do you want to further it saying, oh, we can address your concerns at this time? I'm addressing my concerns now. Like I said, he's not on my behalf. So if you don't care what I have to say now, why do you care in the future? Because you basically just said you're going to override what I'm saying. You're going to violate my rights and still, and you keep referring he, Jonathan. Are you referring to me as a he? Because again, my name is on this paperwork. I don't see Jonathan as the defendant on this case. So why is he being addressed?
Ms. Davis Seeley, I'm not ignoring you, but what the court is to do is to be the neutral in this matter. The prosecution brings the charge, the defense against the charges. And we're in a procedural.
And that's also one of my concerns, where are the parties? Are the prosecutors stating that they're the alleged injured parties? Are they the ones on this case? Because I'm not seeing the parties.
The prosecution represents the people of the state of Michigan. The prosecution are the ones
Are
that,
they putting themselves in the victim shoe, the alleged victim shoe? I'm not asking you, I'm asking Lisa.
Ms. Davis Seeley. You will keep asking and this court will keep responding the same way. You have an attorney who is currently the attorney of record, and I understand that you say that you have no contract and that this has been forced upon you some type of way, but Mr. Cohen knows that he is bound to this case at this time until he is formally released. What I've indicated to you. You have a question or a statement you'd like to make?
Yes, because you say he's bound. Who's bounding him? That's what I'm saying. He has free will. You have free will. The prosecutor has free will. Who's bounding him? Who's forcing him?
The court. I have an
But
obligation
I'm
as
not
an attorney
asking
to
you.
help you.
Why do you keep speaking?
I'm trying to help inform you.
Mr. Cohen is the court-appointed attorney at this time.
Court appointed. I didn't appoint him. I didn't reach out to him in his defense. I don't need his defense. Like I said, I'm the proceed in my matter in this case.
Give you the opportunity to address the court, possibly proceed pro se. Once we get back for the forensic evaluation.
Because
that's what she's saying.
What I'm telling you, if you're supposed to be defending me, you shouldn't be questioning my mindset and my competency. That should be the prosecutor's job. You're trying to throw me under the bus and you're not on my behalf. Like I said, we don't have a contract. So we should just go forward. We should just go forward with this case. You're trying to postpone and question my mindset. Fair, but why do you care about if it's fair or not? If it's already, but you're not on my behalf. I don't want you to act. I don't want you to pretend. I want you to not be on this case and not speak.
Mr. Cohen and Ms. Davis Seeley, you have an absolute opportunity to continue your conversation off of this court's record, only because these matters continue to be recorded. And I would not want Ms. Davis Seeley or Mr. Cohen to say anything that could upset any defense you elect to offer in this case going forward. That being the case, anything else, Mr. Bookva?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
No, Your Honor, just asking for a date for return on the topic.
I would like to speak on my bond.
Give me 1 second. We don't have a date because we don't know when it will be back. Once we receive the report back, we will schedule it. Heather usually tracks these things pretty closely, so upon receipt, someone will reach out to your office with that date. Ma'am,
And I have my own counsel.
your attorney of record, ma'am? You have an attorney that's filing an appearance on your behalf?
I have my own counsel.
Who's your attorney, ma'am? Who's your counsel? I'm sorry? Ms. Seeley? And her license number, her P number, please, for the record.
I don't know by heart.
Okay. If you would give me the first and last name, I'll look it up, and once we receive their appearance, we'll substitute them in for Mr. Cohen. Ma'am,
And I'm addressing my bond also.
ma'am,
All my rights are being violated.
ma'am, Mr. Cohen asked this matter to be referred for the DSU for a review of your bond.
Cohen, you're not addressing me again. He's not on my behalf. And like I said, if you're referring to Jonathan and Cohen, you keep his name to be on this, Jonathan versus the people. If you're gonna keep addressing him, I'm right here. I speak for myself.
Ms. Davis Seeley, the
And like I
matter,
said, I'm the proceed in this case. No one gave him the authority over me, and nor can you give him the authority over me.
the matter was referred to DSU for a review of your bond. This court has not received a report from that entity as of yet regarding your bond.
The half-mil bond was based on an alleged infant being involved in this case. When I'm looking at the parties and these alleged victims, I don't see an alleged infant in this case. So that's when my bond was set at a extremely high bond. So again, my bond should be reconsidered and brought down.
And that, Ms. Davis Seeley, that's what the court just indicated to you, that the matter's been referred to DSU. They're the ones that reach out, review the matter, speak to people, your supporters, regarding your ability to present yourself to court and participate in these proceedings. If they have not already made efforts to contact you, they will. When this court receives a report from them regarding any amendment, reduction, additions to your bond, we will have a bond hearing in that matter. Other than that,
Why wasn't that a concern? Why didn't you go off that last time?
why didn't I go off of what, ma'am?
You're saying whatever entity needs to step in and argue my bond. Why wasn't that a matter then? Why
It was, ma'am. It was last week and we addressed it last week.
No, that was not the case. It was on record. That was not the case. That was never spoken on.
The matter was referred to
The
DSU.
prosecutor argued that my previous history is the reason why my bond should not be reduced, and you agreed with that. You never stated that entity needed to step in and speak to this outside party, speak to this outside party. That was never the case, and it was on record.
Ms. Davis
Everything was
Seeley,
recorded.
that it was recorded and this court, did indicate that the matter will be referred to DSU for review of your bond.
That was not the argument, though. That did not come out.
Ma'am, if you shout out in this courtroom again, you will be removed from it.
And that's why I'm stating, like I said, we should have been spoke about bond. Like I said, where's the part? This is a preliminary hearing. Where's the part? We should be talking about evidence. But like I said, you're trying to postpone and play with my intelligence by trying to have someone from wherever question me or where you, I am intelligent. I am competent enough. I know what's going on.
If you know what's going on, ma'am, you know that this afternoon, there will not be a preliminary examination in this matter. This court has already made a record regarding what we're doing next.
Why was this day a preliminary hearing? If we're not gonna address this, like I said, if you wanted to question my competency or question anything, that should have been brought up the last court date, but it wasn't. So you waited to this court date and you're trying to bring this up the railroad and just totally just disrespect my rights. You're disrespecting me, and in general, this whole proceeding is, you're disrespecting me.
Ma'am, this court has no intention on disrespecting you. The court can only address.
Addressing him and refers to my case.
I'm looking right at you, addressing you
But you're still
directly.
referring to Jonathan. You're trying to use him and talk to him and just make me invisible. And you're still trying to say, oh, he's on my behalf. He's not on my behalf. Where is the contract? A contract has to be between two people that agree. We don't have a contract, and I don't have a contract with you or the people of Michigan. So again, like I said, who's forcing this man? You're forcing him?
Ms. Davis
Who's
Seeley,
forcing him?
that concludes this matter. This is the last thing on this court's docket for the day. This court stands adjourned. Thank you.
Nobody needs an attorney. This is a violation of due process. They have questions and they have not been answered.
All right, I love you.
I love you, baby. there's no